Chapter 806. Holding a low-grade spiritual source in each of his hands, he operated his mysterious heart technique, absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual source into his body, replenishing his consumed spiritual energy. Chunzong's two legs were like rolling wheels, rapidly running on the hard and desolate ground. Just one more to reach 100. Chunzong secretly said. This mission would appear in the demon-slaying division's imprint in the form of words, making it easy to check. As for contribution points, killing low-grade demons would give 10 to 100 points according to their rank. Chunzong had already killed over 1,000 low-grade demons, and the demon-slaying imprint had reached 40,000 contribution points. Killing demons and sharpening his swordsmanship, each strike was more concise and more deadly than before. The roar was astonishing, and the aura was berserk. Immediately, an extremely terrifying sound of breaking wind could be heard, whistling as a black fist shot out like a storm. Chunzong's sword slashed out, and an incomparably sharp sword light split apart the black storm of fist energy before striking the opponent's chest, leaving a sword scar. This was a gigantic armed demonic bear. In the demon's suppressing army, every grade of demon was ranked, but only the top 100 were ranked. And this gigantic armed demonic bear was ranked 9th among the low-grade demons. This ranking was not completely based on strength, but on a comprehensive basis. Bloodline, potential, strength, and other aspects were all taken into consideration. But once one entered the top 100, their strength would definitely not be weak. For example, this gigantic armed demonic bear was ranked 9th, a low-grade demon of the 8th step. But because of its extraordinary bloodline and potential, its tyrannical strength surpassed many low-grade demons of the 9th step. Its strength was unparalleled and extremely terrifying. Among all the low-grade demons recorded, it was ranked 2nd. However, the gigantic armed demonic bear's weakness was very obvious, and that was its slow speed. It was only at the level of a low-grade demon of the 8th step. Otherwise, the gigantic armed demonic bear's ranking might have reached the 8th or even the 7th. The gigantic armed demonic bear was very powerful, but Chunzong was not the slightest bit weaker. To the extent that Chunzong took the initiative to approach the gigantic armed demonic bear, engaging in close combat. Chunzong could clearly feel the terrifying power of the gigantic armed demonic bear. With a wave of its arms, it brought about an astonishing pressure in a storm. Brushing past him, he felt numb all over. It was hard to imagine that if he had been hit directly, he would have been directly blown apart. But Chunzong wouldn't be blown away either. In terms of pure strength, he was definitely inferior to the gigantic armed demonic bear, but in terms of agility, he clearly surpassed the gigantic armed demonic bear. His figure was incomparably nimble, as light as a feather. Swaying in the storm, the demon's slaying sword waited for an opportunity to strike, its incomparably sharp edge cutting through the gigantic armed demonic bear's tough skin and penetrating deep into his flesh. The gigantic armed demonic bear's strength was unparalleled, and its physique was extremely tyrannical, causing its skin to be incomparably tough. Its defensive power was astonishing, and ordinary low-grade spiritual tools would have a hard time breaking through it. But the demon-slaying sword was a mid-grade spiritual tool, and one made to deal with demons. Its destructive power was beyond doubt. His incomparably nimble figure circled around a gigantic armed demonic bear's body, and his sword cut through the gigantic armed demonic bear's skin, leaving behind one sword wound after another. The gigantic armed demonic bear was wounded time and time again, becoming more and more berserk. Its massive body burst out with astonishing power, and its two arms ruthlessly ravaged the surroundings, smashing everything to pieces. Chunzong moved about with ease, just like a roaming dragon in a berserk sea. At the start, the pressure Chunzong bore wasn't small, and he was also affected. But Chunzong bore the pressure while carefully comprehending it, unceasingly improving his profound heart transformation technique, turning the pressure into assistance. His figure rushed up from below, and with a slash of his sword, he was like a hidden dragon leaving its lair. In midair, he looked down from above, and after a slight pause, he slashed down once again. Heavenly Scar, a powerful demonic creature like the gigantic armed demonic bear, was hard to kill without a strong enough attack. As the black sword slashed down, the gigantic armed demonic bear was too fast to evade and could only barely raise its two arms to resist. Its tyrannical demonic energy surged violently, pouring into its two arms. With a light sound, the sword slashed down, cutting off the gigantic armed demonic bear's two arms and penetrating deep into the ground, leaving behind a deep sword scar. With the death of the gigantic armed demonic bear, the contribution points in the demon execution imprint increased once again. Meanwhile, the mission given to Chunzong by the chief was also completed. Chunzong decided to leave the Earth Demon Abyss first and return to the Demon Execution Department. This trip had brought him great benefits, and it was time for him to return and enter seclusion for a period of time, carefully comprehending and absorbing. Only, things didn't go as planned. On the way back, Chunzong encountered an extremely powerful demonic creature. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a human's, but even more malevolent and huge. On its thin body, there were 3 pairs of arms, a total of 6. Each arm held a black curved blade. The curved blades were simple in appearance, but incomparably sharp, glinting with cold light. 6-armed blade demon, ranked second among the lower-ranked demonic creatures. It had a cultivation of the lower 9th step, possessing great strength and great speed, as well as exquisite blade techniques. Apart from being inferior to the gigantic armed demonic bear in terms of absolute strength, it crushed the gigantic armed demonic bear in all other aspects. The 6-armed blade demon's pitch-black eyes stared at Chunzong. Dense killing intent blazed within them. With a wave of its 6 arms, the 6 curved blades transformed into numerous illusions like wings, propelling the body of the 6-armed blade demon forward at an astonishing speed. Like a pitch-black lightning, it carried an extremely terrifying killing intent and fierceness as it charged towards Chunzong. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly as his expression turned solemn. The blade radiance that was slashing towards him was like a bolt of lightning that split the sky. It was dazzling and filled with killing intent. Basically, the top 10 ranked demonic creatures belonged to the rarer and more powerful demonic creatures. Their bloodlines were extraordinary, and their potential exceeded that of other demonic creatures. This 6-armed blade demon was ranked second among the lower-ranked demonic creatures. Its strength was astonishing, and it was known as the strongest demonic creature below the king-ranked. As for the top-ranked demonic creature, it was completely a king-ranked demonic creature. Of course, among the lower-ranked demonic creatures, it wasn't only the top-ranked demonic creature that was king-ranked. There were other demonic creatures as well, but they were formed by special opportunities. In terms of bloodline and potential, they couldn't compare to the top-ranked demonic creature. Take the gigantic armed demonic bear, for example. If it lived long enough, it could become a king-ranked beast. This 6-armed blade demon was the same. However, the 6-armed blade demon's chances of becoming a king-ranked beast were higher than the gigantic armed demonic bear's because its bloodline was better. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong's eyes became extremely sharp. The 6-armed blade demon was ranked second among the lower-ranked demonic creatures and was known as the strongest demonic creature below the king-ranked. Then let's see. Unsheathing the demon-slaying sword, Chunzong took a step forward. His body pulled out a streak of light, and he flew out like a bolt of lightning, stabbing with his sword. In an instant, Chunzong was faced with 6 lightning-fast curved blades attacking him from 6 different directions. Chunzong felt as if he was being attacked by 6 swordsmen who were proficient in the saber Dao at the same time. The pressure increased tremendously, and his body felt like it was about to be torn apart. While Xiao Chun was startled, he swung his sword. His sword split into 6 sword lights, blocking the attacks of the 6 curved sabers. The tyrannical force shattered the sword lights, and Xiao Chun charged forward like a hot knife through butter. This kind of strength was very strong, and it also had a domineering sharpness, as if it could cut through anything. With a poochie sound, Chunzong's body was shattered by the 6 black saber lights. However, his real body reformed behind the 6-armed blade demon, and he attacked with his sword. The 6-armed blade demon reacted quickly. It turned around and slashed continuously with its curved blades. The saber lights were as fierce as a waterfall, engulfing Chunzong. Once the 6-armed blade demon's curved blades attacked, it was continuous like a long river. It did not give Chunzong any chance to take a breather. Under such a violent and continuous attack, Chunzong could only passively defend. It was hard for him to find a chance to counterattack. Every slash was not only as fast as thunder, but also as heavy as a mountain. Although the technique was not ingenious, and there were not many variations, it perfectly combined strength and speed so that the power of every slash was at its peak. Not only that, but Chunzong could also feel that the strength of every slash of the 6-armed blade demon overlapped. After the first wave, there was a second wave. In other words, every slash of the 6-armed blade demon contained 2 waves of strength, as if 2 blades were attacking at the same time. Double strength, Chunzong thought as he defended. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Connecting the dots, Chunzong thought of the martial arts of the 1,000 refining path. 1,000 refining fist, 1,000 refining palm, 1,000 refining finger, 1,000 refining leg, 4 kinds of body refining martial arts. In the end, each of them was a brilliant application of one strength. The power of the 1,000 refining fist was compressed. The power of the 1,000 refining palm was overlapped. The power of the 1,000 refining finger was spiraling, and the power of the 1,000 refining leg was pressing. The double strength of the 6-armed blade demon was similar to the overlapping power of the 1,000 refining palm. However, in comparison, there were obvious differences. The power of the 1,000 refining palm was one wave after another, like the waves of the sea. There was a certain interval between each wave. It did not directly defeat the enemy with the most tyrannical power, but used continuous attacks to defeat the enemy. The double strength of the 6-armed blade demon was more concentrated and more tyrannical. The interval between the 2 waves of strength was also shorter. Overall, the double strength of the 6-armed blade demon was not as strong as the overlapping power of the 1,000 refining palm. However, there was a lot of potential to be discovered. Chunzong endured the 6-armed blade demon's scimitar slashes and the impact of the 2 forces as he carefully sensed it. There was no doubt that if he could master the double strength, his attack power would also be improved. Every slash of the blade made the demon-slaying sword tremble. The tyrannical power impacted Chunzong's arm, bringing a heavy load. Even though Chunzong's cultivation of the body refining Tao was not bad, he still felt excruciating pain. Chunzong saw how powerful the 6-armed blade demon was. He was completely at a disadvantage. He could only passively endure the opponent's attacks and could not find a chance to counterattack. However, Chunzong was extremely tough. No matter how the 6-armed blade demon slashed at him, he gritted his teeth and endured. He continued to experience the wonders of the double strength and then combined them with the 1,000 refining palm. He tried to understand and comprehend the double strength. At Chunzong's level, he could think of hundreds of thoughts at the same time. Each thought was thinking about the same problem. It was faster and more efficient. Chapter 807. The 6 consecutive strikes were like 6 pitch-black thunderbolts piercing through the air. With an ear-piercing sound, Chunzong's body trembled and flew backward. The Demon Slayer's sword was trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn and dripping with blood. His right arm was covered in wounds, and blood was oozing out, dyeing his arm red. Under the continuous impact of the 12 consecutive strikes, not only was Chunzong's right arm injured, but his internal organs were also impacted and started bleeding. It was too strong. If the Demon Slayer device had not weakened part of the impact, and if Chunzong's physique was not strong enough, he would have suffered more than just internal injuries. This also made Chunzong aware of the limitations of the Demon Slayer device. As long as the attack did not fall directly on the Demon Slayer device, it could only weaken part of the impact. Only when the attack fell directly on the Demon Slayer device could it resist most of the impact. Feeling the impact of the successive strikes, although it was painful, it was a different experience that was even more profound. In an instant, a burst of inspiration made Chunzong's eyes brighten. As he retreated rapidly, he took out an elixir to speed up the recovery of his injuries. Of course, the six-armed blade demon would not let Chunzong go so easily. It chased after him closely, and the six black scimitars pierced through the air again. Infinity illusion. Chunzong's body was constantly changing, and countless afterimages were drifting in all directions. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, the black scimitars slashed through the afterimages and cut towards Chunzong's real body like maggots in a tarsal bone. There was nowhere to hide. Chunzong tried to change his body continuously, but he could not get rid of the scimitar's pursuit. The six-armed blade demon's eyes were locked on Chunzong's real body. No matter where Chunzong appeared, the scimitars would immediately slash at him like lightning. It was impossible to guard against, and each strike contained double the power. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's expression became colder and colder. He gently slashed with the Demon Slayer sword and broke through the air. Slash! The moment the sword and the scimitars collided, the first wave of power on the scimitars broke out fiercely. At the same time, the first wave of power on the Demon Slayer sword also broke out and rushed forward. Then came the explosive impact of the second wave of power. The demon's slaying sword was knocked away, and the scimitar went straight for Chunzong. Although Chunzong's sword also contained double strength, he was still not proficient enough. He had just comprehended it and was not proficient enough. Retreat. He swung his sword. Double strength. After several collisions, Chunzong became more and more proficient in using the double strength. In the end, he was not inferior to the six-armed blade demon. I'll send you to hell. After mastering the double strength, the gap between him and the six-armed blade demon was even. Chunzong began his counterattack. In an instant, Chunzong seemed to have grown many arms. He held a sword in each hand and kept slashing. Each sword contained double the impact of the force, and the power was even more powerful. Chop, chop, chop. The void sword energy exploded with full power, without holding anything back. Under the double strength, its power was even more shocking. 6 swords were unleashed consecutively. After striking the six-armed blade demon's scimitar, the demon's slaying sword emitted a terrifying pitch-black radiance. The sword pierced through the air, as if it was tearing the heavens apart, leaving behind an indestructible scar. Heaven's Scar. Heaven's Scar was Chunzong's most powerful sword attack. He would find the right opportunity to kill with one strike. The moment Chunzong killed the six-armed blade demon, a crack suddenly appeared in the gloomy and oppressive sky. It was as if the sky was torn apart by an invisible sharp blade. The crack stretched for hundreds of meters. It was like an eyelid that suddenly split open, revealing a huge vertical eye. The pupil of the vertical eye was extremely huge. In the center, there was a smear of blood red. It spread to the side, becoming dark red and then light red. At the edge, there were specks of light gold. It looked extremely mysterious. The moment the gigantic eye opened, Chunzong's body suddenly froze. It was as if he had lost control of himself. A bone-chilling feeling surged up from the depths of his bones and soul. He could not move. This kind of pressure seemed to fall directly into the depths of his soul. It was a kind of difference in nature. It was like the difference between a god and a mortal. Chunzong maintained the posture of raising his head. His eyes were fixed on the huge eye in the sky. It was cold, emotionless, aloof, like a demon overlooking the mortal world. Cold sweat seeped out drop by drop and flowed down, drenching his whole body. Chunzong kept urging his strength, but he found that his strength was completely suppressed. He could not move at all. In fact, even his consciousness was gradually solidifying. Under this huge vertical eye, Chunzong felt as if he had been seen through completely. All his secrets were seen through, and there was nowhere to hide. He felt that in the next breath, he would be crushed like an ant. This kind of feeling was unprecedented. He could not even activate the power of the dark feather shield in his body. But in the next breath, when Chunzong felt that he was going to be crushed, the huge vertical eye suddenly closed and disappeared. After a few breaths, Chunzong's body swayed. He felt sore and weak, as if he had collapsed. He almost fell. Relying on his extraordinary willpower, he managed to stand up. Taking a deep breath, he quickly recovered his lost strength. Chunzong could feel the surging power in his body, surging like a tide. The feeling of gradually getting rid of the exhaustion and recovering strength was wonderful. At the same time, his mind also recovered, and he started to think like lightning. Chunzong's face was full of fear. He recalled the ancient books he had read, the ancient books related to the Earth Demon Abyss's eye. However, after searching, Chunzong could not find any memory of that eye. In other words, he had never seen any records that matched that eye. He could only wait until he went back to check. The appearance of the huge eye sounded the alarm for Chunzong. He did not intend to stay any longer. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to the entrance between the third and second level. For no reason, Chunzong felt a burst of uneasiness. Therefore, regardless of the consumption of spiritual power, he used all his strength to display the Xuanxin transformation technique. He held a mid-grade spiritual source in each hand to continuously replenish the consumption of spiritual power. At the same time, all the demons who entered the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss received a new order or a new rule for the hunt. Hunting a human would get a lot of points, which was crucial to the ranking of the big hunting match. All of a sudden, the younger generation of demons heard the news and started to search for the human. As long as they could kill the human, they would be able to get into the top 3 in terms of hunting points. If they counted the other points, it would not be a problem for them to get first place. Human, your time of death has come. The cryptic and mixed language of the demon race resounded. Immediately, a terrifying energy fluctuation bombarded from the side, like a meteor piercing through the sky, bringing with it an extremely berserk energy. Chunzong glanced over and saw a Devil Clan member who was more than 5 meters tall and had an incomparably strong body. He was ferociously thrusting out a huge spear in his hand. The spear contained an extremely terrifying power as it ruthlessly pierced towards Chunzong, piercing through the sky. Giant Demon Clan. This was one of the demon clans, with a huge body and more powerful power, more terrible than the Demon Beast clan. In terms of status among the demon clans, it was comparable to the Blood Demon clan. It was not something that the Demon Beast clan and the Winged Demon clan could compare with. The Giant Demon clan's body was huge, so its power was naturally more powerful, and its power was more amazing. Every blow was like a landslide, extremely terrible. Chunzong's reaction was extremely fast. His figure swayed, as light and agile as a feather, avoiding the fierce blow of the Giant Demon clan. The Demon Slayer's sword was unsheathed, turning into a black lightning that broke through the sky. Without any luck, he killed the Giant Demon Slayer's sword. Although the Giant Demon clan was powerful, there was still some gap between them and Chunzong. Not long after killing the Giant Demon clan, Chunzong encountered 2 more demon beasts. When the 2 demon beasts saw Chunzong, they were extremely excited and desperately tried to kill him. This made Chunzong very surprised. Madness. From these demons, Chunzong saw madness, a kind of crazy idea and momentum to kill him. Why? Chunzong did not understand. However, the closer he got to the exit from the 3rd level to the 2nd level, the more demons he encountered, the more confused Chunzong became. It seemed that these demons were specifically targeting him. Suddenly, Chunzong thought of the huge eye that appeared in the sky without warning. Although he didn't know exactly what that single eye was, he felt that it was the cause of all of this. However, what exactly was that single eye? Once he thought of that huge eye in the sky, Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine. As he moved forward, Chunzong kept getting closer to the whirlpool black hole from the third level to the second level. He encountered more and more demons, and Chunzong kept killing them. Fortunately, although these demons were not weak, they were all low-level demons. Furthermore, they were not king-ranked martial artists. When Chunzong saw the entrance from the third level to the second level, he also saw dozens of demons. These demons came from different tribes, including the Beast Demon Clan, the Winged Demon Clan, the Giant Demon Clan, and the Blood Demon Clan. Some of the younger generation of the 4 major tribes on the 4th level of the Earth Demon Abyss were gathered here. Their purpose was naturally to wait for the arrival of their target, the human race. Human race. That's him. Kill. Seeing Chunzong, these demons were very excited. In their eyes, Chunzong was equivalent to a large number of hunting points, equivalent to the top 3 of the big hunting competition. How difficult was it to be in the top 3? First, it was the competition between tribes, then the competition between tribes, and finally the competition between demons. 3 rounds of competition, each more difficult than the last. To be the first in the demon clan, the reward was unparalleled. This special honor was unparalleled, and it would be immortalized for generations. The demon race cared more about reputation than he had imagined. Therefore, they all came. Those who had not come were either dead or were still on their way. Looking at the dark whirlpool in the distance, that was the exit to the second level. Looking at the demons in front of him, Chunzong took a deep breath. He was very clear that this was a bloody road. No matter what the reason was, if they wanted to leave the 3rd floor, they had to pass through these dozens of devils. This was destined to be a bloody path, a path of slaughter. Chunzong was very clear. He could tell just by looking at the expressions of the devils. Those were bloodthirsty eyes, eyes of killing. Since that was the case, then kill. Kill to the end. Kill to open a bloody road. Kill for the future. Chapter 808. The black sword mark seemed to have come from the distant horizon and extended to the other end of the horizon. The sword had split the heaven and earth into 2. Under the sword's scars, the bodies of the devil clansmen were slashed one by one. With just one sword strike, he had killed more than a dozen 7th Order and 8th Order devil clansmen. It was an incomparably carefree and unstoppable feeling. The other demons were equally astounded. The strength of this human was way beyond their imaginations. Kill. However, these devils were not frightened. Instead, their killing intent grew even stronger. The body of the demonic beast swelled up, and the berserk demonic beast energy filled his body. His astonishing aura wreaked havoc like a storm, exploding with a loud bang. Boom! Boom! It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts were surging, as if the tides were raging. Numerous ferocious attacks came from all directions, bringing with them shocking killing intent and destruction. They carved out numerous shocking gullies on the ground as they madly attacked. Chunzong's expression was grave. The attacks coming from all directions were incomparably terrifying. That kind of terrifying pressure invaded his body as if it was going to crush him. Facing the siege of dozens of devils at the same time, each of them was very strong. This kind of pressure was extremely shocking. Chunzong also realized that there were 2 Devil Clan members who didn't make a move. Instead, they stood under the dark vortex and stared at him coldly. The aura they emitted was even more condensed and terrifying. One of them was a beast devil, while the other was a blood devil. Chunzong diverted some of his attention to pay attention to the movements of the 2 men while dealing with the tyrannical attacks coming from all directions. The Demon Slayer's sword slashed out continuously, each strike containing double the power, shattering one powerful attack after another. The explosions went on, covering all directions and engulfing Chunzong. Following that, another pitch-black sword light tore through the air, slashing out from the incomparably violent explosion, slashing through the bodies of several demon race people, cutting them in half. Chop, chop, chop. Kill, kill, kill. Using the everlasting fantasy heart and a 9 revolutions spiral alternately, Chunzong's body became more agile and faster. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Chunzong's cultivation did not improve much compared to before, but his strength was stronger. After all, Chunzong had experienced many battles here, and there were a few times when he was on the verge of death, which greatly stimulated his potential. The Demon Slayer device resisted the tyrannical attack, and its tyrannical physique further blocked the remaining attack, ensuring that it was safe and sound. The sharpness of the Demon Slayer sword also increased the damage to the demons. Their strong physique could not resist at all. When the Demon Slayer sword hit them, they were as fragile as paper. Furthermore, the self-healing ability that the demons were so proud of was also affected by the demon-slaying sword. Chi! Chi! Streaks of sword light tore through the sky, and black blood splashed everywhere. One after another, the demonic beasts were killed by Chunzong's sword. The two motionless demonic beasts and blood demons squinted their eyes and stared at Chunzong. They were surprised by the strength that Chunzong had displayed. At the same time, their strength surged in their bodies, and they wanted to soar into the sky. Jacques Gulluo, do you want to make the first move, or should I? The young expert from the Blood Demon clan asked in a shrill voice. I can make the first move, but you have to swear in the name of the demon god that you will not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on me. The young expert from the Demonic Beast clan, Jacques Gulluo, said in a deep voice. The Demonic Beast clan was more belligerent than the Blood Demon clan. When he saw Chunzong's strength, his fighting spirit was already surging, and he almost soared into the sky. He had to fight, but there was still the Blood Demon clan beside him. If the Blood Demon clan suddenly launched a sneak attack on him while he was fighting with a human, he was not confident that he could withstand it. After all, the other party's strength was not weaker than his. Okay. The Blood Demon clan immediately swore in the name of the demon god that he would definitely not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Jia Gulluo. The demon god was the god that all the demon clans revered. It was extremely solemn. When one swore in the name of the demon god, even the Thear-cranked demon clan's formidable martial artists would not dare to go against it. The young expert from the Demonic Beast clan, Jacques Gulluo, was the strongest among the young experts from the Demonic Beast clan on the 4th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. His strength was infinitely close to that of a king-ranked martial artist. The Blood Demon clan was also the strongest among the young experts from the Demonic Beast clan on the 4th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. They were not weaker than Jia Gulluo at all. Their strength made them unwilling to team up with others, even if they were from the same clan. This time, if the new hunting rules had not been set to target this human, they would not have specially rushed here. Originally, they had looked down on the human from the bottom of their hearts. They did not expect the human to be so strong. At this time, one by one, the demons were killed by Chunzong. Chunzong was also clear that it was not easy to kill these demons. During this period, he had been hit several times. If it was not for the devil-slaying device, which had greatly weakened the attack power, he would have been injured many times. Human, you are very strong. I, Jacques Gulluo from the Demonic Beast clan, will have a fair fight with you. Jacques Gulluo glanced at the corpses of the demons on the ground. However, there was no fluctuation in his eyes at all. There was only coldness and violence. The Demonic Beast clan was cruel and ruthless. They would kill each other. No matter how many casualties there were, it did not matter. More importantly, the Demonic Beast clan worshipped strength and respected strength. They were very thorough. Weakness was the original sin. They were like ants. No matter how many of them died, they would not care. Especially for a top genius of the Demonic Beast clan like Jacques Gulluo. He was even more indifferent to the lives of the weak. However, Chunzong could not understand his words. Although he could not understand, he could still feel the other party's astonishing battle intent. Very strong. The aura that this Demonic Beast clan member was emitting was very strong. It was very tyrannical. It seemed to be even stronger than the 6-armed saber demon. Bang! Jia Gulluo shot out his fist. It was incomparably ferocious. It seemed that he did not need to accumulate his power. It would erupt directly. Under normal circumstances, there would be a short period of time before one could make a move. The more proficient one was in controlling their own strength, and the purer one's mastery of martial arts techniques, the shorter the time it would take to accumulate power. However, it seemed that this demonic beast clan member did not need to accumulate power to attack. In fact, this was not the case. He also needed to accumulate power. However, the time it took to accumulate power was shorter than other people's because of his innate talent. In addition, his mastery of his own strength had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, his attainments in martial arts techniques were very high. Therefore, the time it took to accumulate power was even shorter. This was one of the reasons why Zha Guliuo could become the #1 expert among the younger generation of the demonic beast clan. The speed and ferocity of this punch were somewhat beyond Chunzong's expectations. However, Chunzong's reaction was extremely fast. He slashed out the Demon Slayer's sword. The fist and the sword collided in an instant. A burst of ear-piercing metallic clanging sound was heard. Countless sparks splashed out. Double strength. Zha Guliuo was secretly surprised. Then he shot out the second punch. The third punch. The fourth punch. The fifth punch. One punch followed another. It was incomparably violent and astonishing. It converged into a violent torrent that destroyed everything in its path. Chunzong did not show any signs of weakness. He slashed out with the Demon Slayer sword again and again. Every sword strike contained double strength. Zha Guliuo's pure strength was extremely astonishing. Moreover, his tyrannical demonic beast energy focused on strength. He was even more tyrannical than the giant-armed demonic bear. If Chunzong had not mastered double strength, it would have been difficult for him to confront him head-on. Every time the sword and fist collided, Chunzong's mastery of double strength became more and more proficient. Zha Guliuo, can you do it? If you can't, retreat to one side. Let me deal with him. The sharp voice of the blood demon sounded from the side. Zha Guliuo was angry. However, he did not pay attention to the blood demon. Instead, he let out a loud roar. The demonic beast energy in his body surged like waves. It engulfed every part of his body. Booming sounds echoed unceasingly. It seemed as if something was exploding inside his body. Heavenly explosion demonic technique. The young expert of the Blood Demon clan was slightly startled. He has unexpectedly cultivated to this level. Boom! Boom! Zha Guliuo punched out with both his fists. When the demon's slaying sword collided with his fists, an extremely terrifying force rushed out and exploded in an instant. It produced an even more astonishing force that caused the demon-slaying sword to shake unceasingly. The astonishing force caused Chunzong's palms to become numb. Explosive force. Chunzong was also inwardly shocked. Zha Guliuo's fist contained a terrifying explosive force. After hitting the target, the force would explode in an instant, causing even greater damage to the target. Caught off guard, Chunzong received some impact and injuries. However, they were not serious. Both of Zha Guliuo's fists succeeded. Then, he punched again. The Heavenly Explosion demonic technique was a famous demonic technique within the demonic beast clan. It was difficult to cultivate. However, if one could successfully cultivate it, they would be able to erupt with astonishing power. Among the demonic beast clan, in the entire fourth layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, there were not many people who had successfully cultivated the Heavenly Explosion demonic technique. Moreover, most of them had spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate it. It was extremely rare for someone as young as Zha Guliuo to be able to cultivate the Heavenly Explosion demonic technique to such a profound level. Every time Zha Guliuo punched out, his fist would shatter the vast sky and create layers of ripples. Each ripple contained astonishing power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was like a raging wave sweeping across everything. Slash! Chunzong's conviction was extremely firm. Even if his opponent had become stronger, he would not shrink back. The demon-slaying sword slashed out once again. Slash! Slash! The more Zha Guliuo fought, the more shocked he became. After displaying the heavenly explosion demonic technique, his combat strength had increased again. The power of each punch was even more tyrannical. However, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. In the beginning, his opponent was at a disadvantage. However, gradually, this human became stronger and stronger. He was completely able to contend with him. The strength of this human was so strong. Moreover, he looked very young. He was definitely a genius of the human clan. No wonder the clan valued him so much. Exploding Fist. It was a simple name, but its power was astonishing. His fist was like a huge millstone. As it spun wildly, it shattered the vast sky. Everything around it shook endlessly like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Wild waves rose everywhere. Heaven and earth shook. An incomparably terrifying cyclone continued to condense and shatter on the fist. It repeated over and over again, bursting forth wave after wave of astonishing impact force that blended into one and fiercely blasted towards Shenzong. Shenzong's body tensed up. A feeling of horror spread out from his bones and rushed to his whole body, making his body slightly numb. He took a deep breath and held the sword with both hands. The sword trembled violently as it slashed out. Heavenly Scar. Chapter 809. Crack. The sword light shattered and turned into countless fragments of black light. However, under Chunzong's precise control, they shot toward Jia Gulyuo like flying needles. Jia Gulyuo's rupturing fist was also shattered by the crack in the sky. The extremely dreadful power of the explosion dashed in all directions. Jia Gulyuo intentionally controlled it, and it swept out like a wild wave. It then rushed toward Chenzong. In an instant, the black needles and the wild wave collided once again. Both of them were defeated. Chenzong struck out with his sword a second time. Jia Gulyuo also struck out with his fist. It was a head-on battle. There was no luck involved. The surrounding ground was ruthlessly ravaged. It shattered and collapsed unceasingly. The corpses of the demons were also torn and crushed. They turned into minced meat on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. The young expert of the Blood Demon clan crossed his arms in front of his chest. His complexion was somewhat dignified. This human could fight with Jia Gulyuo to such an extent. It was too astonishing. The Blood Demon clan wasn't as belligerent as the Demonic Beast clan. However, the Blood Demon clan was still moved by such a genius. His fighting spirit condensed unceasingly in his body. However, this was Jia Gulyuo's battle. Roar. His momentum was astonishing. Sound waves reverberated from Jia Gulyuo's mouth. Overbearing and berserk demonic beast energy emerged from his body and penetrated his bones and muscles. Strange sounds echoed. It seemed as if something was being torn apart. Jia Gulyuo's body, which was already incomparably strong, swelled up once again. Berserk. Every demonic beast had this innate talent. However, different demonic beasts could increase their strength differently after they went berserk. However, they could increase their fighting strength by at least 50%. It was said that some gifted demonic beasts could increase their fighting strength by 2 times after they went berserk. It was very terrifying. Jia Gulyuo was undoubtedly one of those gifted demonic beasts. After he went berserk, Jia Gulyuo's body swelled up. He became increasingly strong and tall. Every piece of his muscles emitted a faint black halo. He emitted an astonishing aura that oppressed the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the air unceasingly. Chunzong weaved hand seals as soon as Jia Gulyuo used the berserk technique. In a place like this, the Sword Chi Unity secret technique couldn't be used at all. Otherwise, what he absorbed would be the chaotic demon chi. Not only would it not be able to increase his strength, but would also cause the chaotic demon chi to destroy his body and weaken his strength. Therefore, using the Sword Chi Unity secret technique in such a place was no different from committing suicide. In view of this, Chenzong had long since been prepared for this. He had learned a secret technique in the demon slaying department, and this was the first time he had used it. Secret technique. Innate chi. All living creatures had the purest and most original vital energy in their bodies. This vital energy was the source of life. Under normal circumstances, this mouthful of origin yuan qi would not be used, but the innate qi mystic technique would use this mouthful of origin yuan qi. This kind of application was to stimulate the power contained in the origin yuan qi. For a short period of time, it would increase one's strength. The normal duration was 15 minutes. If it exceeded 15 minutes, it would damage the origin yuan qi. The origin yuan qi was very important. Once it was damaged, it would be very detrimental to one's future cultivation. It would also damage one's foundation. It had to be said that the price of using the innate qi mystic technique was not small. If it exceeded the time limit, it would damage one's foundation, and it would be very difficult to restore it. However, after using the innate qi mystic technique, the power that would be stimulated from the origin yuan qi was very astonishing. It was enough to double or even triple one's strength. Zhao Guiyuo's strength would become even more formidable if it was doubled. Chunzong's strength would also become even more formidable if it was doubled. Boom! Boom! The void vibrated. Zhao Guiyuo's berserk technique was completed. His body expanded by 0.5 meter, and he looked even bigger and more astonishing. He stood on the ground like a small giant. The imposing aura he emitted was majestic, vigorous, and incomparably violent. Each of his muscles emitted a layer of dense black light. He looked like a black sun that was constantly emitting a jet black halo. Inhaling and exhaling, the whistling sound swept out like a storm. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. It seemed as if an ancient demonic beast was inhaling and exhaling. It was extremely frightening. Chunzong stood opposite Zhao Guiyuo. He had used the innate qi mystic technique. His entire body was emitting a white light. That light was burning like a flame. However, it wasn't blazing. On the contrary, it was somewhat gentle. It was like the gurgling of flowing water. It was full of a unique charm. Chunzong's aura fluctuations had also doubled under the effect of the innate qi mystic technique. His strength had also doubled. Chunzong could feel that his entire body was being wrapped up by a warm power. This power didn't seem strong. However, it contained an incomparably astonishing power. Moreover, it had a kind of unceasing momentum. Zhao Guiyuo punched again under the berserk technique. Both of his fists were bombarded. The terrifying and boundless power of his fists was extremely overbearing. It ruthlessly smashed the air for dozens of meters in front of him. Its momentum was astonishing. It surged forward like a monstrous wave. At the same time, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The black sword light carried a layer of faint white flames. The flames flowed endlessly like water. The sword light traversed 10 miles. It split open the vast sky and attacked the extremely violent and overbearing fist power. Boom, boom, boom. Another collision occurred. An even more frightening power surged out. Everything in its path was smashed into pieces. The demon corpses that had been crushed into pieces of flesh and blood were directly turned into ashes at this moment. The young blood demon expert's complexion suddenly changed. His figure flashed, and he rapidly retreated, bringing along layers of afterimages. He didn't want to be hit by the aftermath of this frightening power. Even with his strength, it would be difficult for him to resist without fully erupting. Bursting Fist, Scar of Heaven. It was the same two moves. However, they were more than twice as powerful as before. That kind of power could really shatter the vacuum and cut open the vault of heaven. It was incomparable. They were evenly matched. The frightening rebounding force made Chunzong and Zhao Guiyuo step back repeatedly. Let's end this quickly. Chunzong thought to himself. Although the congenital one-breath secret technique was powerful, it was destined that it couldn't be maintained for too long. A quarter of an hour was the safest time. After a quarter of an hour, there would be very obvious repercussions. However, it was best to end the battle in a short time. This was because the shorter the time, the easier it would be to recover the congenital one-breath secret technique. As soon as he thought of this, Chunzong's thoughts moved. A ball of black light that he had preserved in his sea of consciousness suddenly appeared. The moment the black light appeared, both Jacques Gulliuo and the young blood demon expert felt a sense of disgust. The black light quickly spread out and poured onto the demon-slaying sword like a stream of water. This was the first move of the demon-slaying seal. The first move of the demon-slaying seal was only the foundation of the demon-slaying seal. However, it had additional damage to demons and demons. When attached to a weapon, it could increase its power by 30%. However, when Chunzong attached the power of the first move of the demon-slaying seal to the demon-slaying sword, the demon-slaying sword trembled slightly, as if it was happy. Without thinking too much, Chunzong immediately slashed out with his sword again. Scar the heavens. The sword pierced through the air and traversed 10 miles. The sky was torn apart, and the sword scar seemed to be everlasting. His hair stood on end, and an extremely strong sense of crisis exploded from his body and engulfed his whole body. Roar! Gulliuo roared and urged all the demonic beast energy in his body without holding back. He even pushed it to the limit. He punched out with both of his fists, which were like meteorites falling from the sky and shattering the earth. This was his strongest attack, and also his most desperate attack. Jacques Gulliuo felt that if he couldn't receive this sword attack from Chunzong, only death would await him. This was also Chunzong's strongest sword attack. Slash! The extremely violent fist energy was torn apart, and the pitch-black sword scar arrived. It slashed through Jacques Gulliuo's crossed arms and came out from his back. It left a long sword scar on the ground, which spread to the feet of the blood demon expert. The terrifying sharp aura caused the blood demon expert's expression to turn grave. It could be felt that Jacques Gulliuo's vitality was rapidly draining away, and his tyrannical aura was constantly weakening. After killing Jacques Gulliuo with one sword attack, Chunzong didn't stop. He slashed out with his sword again, aiming at the young blood demon expert. This sword attack wasn't Scar of the Heavens, but it contained two forces. It broke through the air and arrived in an instant. The young blood demon expert's reaction was extremely fast. His figure flashed, and he avoided Chunzong's sword attack. The sword attack with two forces split the ground open, leaving a deep sword scar that stretched for thousands of meters. The Blood Demon clan was different from the Demonic Beast clan. The Demonic Beast clan was extremely tyrannical in strength, and their defensive power was also very astonishing. The Blood Demon clan was undoubtedly inferior in these two aspects, but it didn't mean that the Blood Demon clan was weaker than the Demonic Beast clan. The Blood Demon clan belonged to the aristocratic class of the Demon clan. Their bloodline was superior to the civilian Demonic Beast clan. Their physique wasn't as good, but their demonic blood energy was even more bizarre. Moreover, their speed wasn't something that the Demonic Beast clan could compare with. Swish, swish, swish. The young blood demon expert's figure was extremely fast. As he moved continuously, his figure constantly changed and was unpredictable. He left behind afterimages that were hard to distinguish between real and fake. He constantly wandered around Chunzong, and each figure emitted an astonishingly cold aura. The young expert of the Blood Demon clan had clearly seen the strength of Chunzong and Jacques Gulliuo during the battle. Therefore, he hadn't held back in the slightest when he had attacked. He had used his full strength. However, he hadn't chosen to confront Chunzong head-on. It could be seen that Chunzong was very strong when he used the secret technique. If he didn't use the secret technique, he wouldn't necessarily be his opponent in a head-on confrontation. Therefore, he made use of his speed and agility to adopt guerrilla tactics to exhaust his opponent's strength as much as possible. It would be best if he could delay until the secret technique ended. All secret techniques had a time limit. The more powerful the secret technique was, the more so it was. Once the secret technique's duration was up, the user would fall into a weakened state. Even if the user wasn't weakened, his strength would return to normal. At that time, the young blood demon expert could use the secret technique to suppress his opponent and then kill him. In the eyes of the young blood demon expert, this human strength was astonishing. Since he could meet Ja Guluo head-on, it meant that he was good at strength. However, he was definitely lacking in speed. The blood of such a human heaven's pride of the demon clan must be incomparably delicious. His heart must also be very delicious. Chapter 8:10. The dark vortex spun continuously, emitting an extremely shocking pressure. Invisible ripples swept out and covered a radius of 100,000 meters in all directions. In the area of the dark vortex, the chaotic demonic aura seemed pure, which was more beneficial to the demons and monsters. The blood demon genius turned into countless afterimages and spread out in all directions. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. He didn't make a move. He was completely trying to consume Chunzong's strength. Mystic heart change? Everlasting heart illusion. Using his movement technique, Chunzong's figure also became extremely light and agile. It was actually not any less than the afterimages of the blood demon race's geniuses. As he rapidly chased after Chunzong, the demon-slaying sword pierced through the air with a series of pitch-black sword lights. Amidst the slashing sounds, the afterimages were shattered one after another. The blood demon genius was very surprised. He never expected Chunzong's body technique to be so outstanding. The remaining afterimages gathered in an instant like streams of blood-colored water. His body became extremely solid, and there seemed to be a layer of blood-colored light surging all over his body. Blood coagulation divine claw. Illusion. There was a strange low shout, which sounded like the chanting of some kind of musical note. His hands bent into claws and instantly grabbed out. Two blood-red claws condensed out of thin air and grabbed at Chunzong from the left and right. As soon as the bloody claws appeared, Chunzong immediately felt his pure yang qi and blood become restless. It seemed to be attracted by some kind of power and was about to be out of his control. With a thought, Chunzong immediately controlled his qi and blood and calmed down. An extremely sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the demon slayer sword slashed out in the air. Slash! It was just the basic move of the heart sword, but with the tyrannical power of the void sword, the true meaning of the sword, the profundity of the sword momentum, and the power of the demon slayer's sword, it burst forth with astonishing power. The sword turned into two sword shadows and seemed to tear the sky apart. The sword light shattered, and the two bloody claws also exploded. However, they didn't dissipate. Instead, they turned into streaks of blood-colored light and instantly shot at Chunzong like blood-colored poisonous snakes. They were extremely vicious. Slash! Slash! Under the demon's slaying sword, the blood-red poisonous snakes were all chopped into pieces, but they once again split into even finer blood-red needles that shot out at an astonishing speed. As the blood demon genius flicked his fingers, countless blood-colored needle lights were completely under his control. They were either straight or curved as they shot out from various angles. Each of the blood-red needles contained a mysterious power. If one was hit by them, their blood would be affected and solidified. The consequences of blood coagulation were also very terrifying. It would make it difficult for a person to move. Even their limbs would become stiff, and they would be at the mercy of others. Chunzong could sense danger from the blood needles. He could not afford to be hit. His sword circled around his body like a full moon hanging in the sky, completely blocking all the blood needles. Under the extremely strong sword wave, the blood needles were shattered and completely dissipated. At the same time, the blood demon prodigy arrived in front of Chunzong. He clenched his fist, and a sharp, blood-colored spiral force viciously stabbed at Chunzong's heart. This caused Chunzong's heart to involuntarily contract. The feeling of being pierced exploded from his heart. Blood coagulation divine claw? Heart piercing. If one was hit by this move, their heart would be directly dug out. It was very cruel. However, the demon-slaying sword instantly drew a stunning trajectory. It was like a heavenly horse moving without a trace. It appeared right before the claw piercing through the heart. The sword pierced out, and the sword light was incomparably sharp. Just looking at it would make people feel like they were being blinded. With a pop, terrifying energy exploded and wreaked havoc in all directions. The hard ground was directly torn apart, leaving a shocking mark. The tyrannical power caused the blood demon prodigy to fly backward. Chunzong, who was using the innate chi secret technique, was extremely powerful. If the blood demon prodigy did not use his secret technique, it would be difficult for him to resist. With just this sword, the blood demon prodigy was injured. There was a sword wound on his fingertip that contained a terrifying power. That power was constantly wreaking havoc on his fingertip and constantly drilling into his finger. It caused a powerful self-healing ability that the blood demon prodigy was so proud of to fail. The blood demon prodigy had no choice but to mobilize his own power to resist the extremely sharp power and expel it. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Terrifying black sword chi slashed through the air. The astonishing sharpness and coldness caused the blood demon prodigy's expression to become extremely unsightly. He had miscalculated. This human strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Burning blood art. After expelling the power of Chunzong's sword, the blood demon prodigy immediately condensed a blood-red mark with both hands. The mark was filled with blood-red light, as if it was a raging blood-red flame. However, it emitted waves of cold aura. After flying into the air, it was like a meteor piercing through the sky and rapidly smashed into the blood demon prodigy's heart. The blood demon prodigy's body trembled. The burning blood mark quickly merged into his chest and imprinted itself on his heart. For the blood demon race, the heart was extremely important because it was the source of their power. When the burning blood mark imprinted itself on the heart, a terrifying blood-red flame immediately spread and burned fiercely. Wave after wave of essence blood ignited with the heart as the center point. The burning essence blood immediately sent out an even more powerful and violent power that swept through every part of the blood demon prodigy's body. With a bang, blood-red flames emerged from his body and covered the blood demon prodigy's body as if they were going to burn him to ashes. However, not only was the blood demon prodigy not burned to ashes, but his aura became even more tyrannical and cold. The blood demon prodigy's power came from their blood. Under the burning blood art, the potential contained in their blood was stimulated and transformed into power that filled their entire body. However, the burning blood art was a secret technique that burned their essence blood. The longer it lasted, the more essence blood would be burned. In the end, all the essence blood would be burned to nothing. For the blood demon prodigy, the consequence of burning all the essence blood was death. When the essence blood was burned, the power would increase explosively, and the battle would be over quickly. A palm blasted out. The blood-red palm was covered in a layer of blood-red flames that burned fiercely. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of heat. Instead, there was a kind of low temperature, as if it was the ice of the underworld. It emitted a shockingly cold fluctuation. Everything in its path seemed to show signs of being frozen. Chunzong's heart involuntarily tightened, as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. An astonishing chill quickly spread, but it also gave birth to an indescribable heat. This heat made Chunzong feel agitated. It was as if all the distracting thoughts were born from it and were difficult to erase them. Chunzong guarded his heart and relied on his powerful will to resist. He swung his sword. The sword trembled violently, and the incomparably sharp blade immediately cut open the sky. Scar the heavens. Slash! Under the sword, the dense, chaotic, demonic aura was split open, and the sky was also torn apart. There was only a pitch-black sword scar that seemed to extend endlessly. The crisis made the blood demon prodigy's hair stand on end. After he struck out with his palm, his body flickered and split into two. One was split open by the scar of heaven, while the other appeared in the distance like a cicada shedding its carapace, narrowly avoiding Chunzong's sword. Blood control technique. The blood demon prodigy opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood condensed in midair and turned into a ball that emitted a dense blood-red light. It was about the size of a fist, and an ancient, mysterious seal vaguely appeared on it. The blood-red ball of light floated in midair like a blood-red sun, and layers of blood-red halos continued to spread from the blood-red ball of light. In an instant, the blood-red halos swept in all directions and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Chunzong's pure young blood qi, which had stabilized, fluctuated again when the blood-red halos swept past. Gradually, it felt like it was going to leave his body, causing Chunzong's expression to turn solemn. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the blood demon prodigy attacked again. He used the blood coagulation divine claw and the blood-burning palm to immediately put great pressure on Chunzong. Heart intent sword questions the heart. The sword slashed out. Its trajectory was extremely mysterious as it directly targeted the mind. The blood demon prodigy paused slightly and felt that his mind was being interrogated. However, he had a cruel and cold personality, so the effect was very weak and he immediately broke free. At the same time, Chunzong also used the mystic heart change to quickly avoid the blood coagulation divine claw and the blood-burning palm. Mystic heart change? Spiral 9 revolutions. His speed increased, and in an instant, the sword flew into the sky and stabbed out. Stop! The blood demon prodigy was shocked. Chunzong's sword was actually aimed at the blood-red ball of light in the sky. However, the blood demon prodigy didn't have time to stop it. He could only watch as the sword pierced through the blood-red ball of light. With a pop, the blood-red ball of light shattered, and the power that could affect the blood qi also disappeared. Chunzong's blood qi stabilized, and his strength was no longer affected. Looking down from above, his eyes emitted an extremely terrifying light. He held the demon-slaying sword tightly with both hands and mobilized all his strength. The sword trembled violently and emitted a buzzing sound that made one's scalp numb. The air around the sword was completely repelled, and the space was torn apart. Scar of the heavens. Slash. Slash of the heavens. Who could resist it? That ball of blood-red light was formed by the blood demon prodigy's blood essence. The moment it was destroyed by Chunzong, it also affected the blood demon prodigy slightly. This slight effect made it impossible for the blood demon prodigy to dodge Chunzong's sword. Slash. Unable to dodge, he could only take it head-on. As the blood-red light spread, it was slashed apart. A sharp scream tore through the sky. As the blood-red light rose, blood-red bats flapped their wings and scattered in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Chunzong hurriedly waved his sword and smashed the blood-red bats, but in the end, a few of them still managed to escape. When 15 minutes were up, Chunzong hurriedly stopped the Khanate Chi secret technique. His body swayed unconsciously, and a feeling of emptiness spread out from the deepest part of his body. It swept through his entire body like a raging wave. Chunzong's face was very pale. Weakness. The weakness that emerged from the deepest part of his body made Chunzong feel weak. He hurriedly took out an elixir that could replenish vitality and relieve this feeling of weakness. Immediately, Chunzong used his body movement and quickly rushed into the dark vortex. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's figure disappeared into the dark vortex. It was as if he was wandering in a dark ocean, drifting forward with the waves. If he did not leave now, it would be very unfavorable for him if some powerful demons came. After all, he felt weak now, and his strength would probably be affected. Chapter 8:11. Dark clouds covered the sky densely, condensing into a dense mass, as if they would fall at any time and crush the earth. The dark earth was incomparably hard, emitting traces of gloomy coldness. Between the heaven and earth, there was an endless amount of chaotic, demonic energy. A figure tore through the demonic energy like a sharp sword, breaking through the air. The instant a sharp sound rang out, that flowing light had already crossed several thousand meters, disappearing into the distance. As fast as lightning, an incomparably fast figure, as light as a feather, containing an indescribable nimbleness. In case of any situation, it could react rapidly in the shortest time possible. Qinzong's complexion didn't look as pale as before. Although the secret technique, innate qi, would temporarily consume his origin energy, as long as he didn't overdo it, he could recover on his own. With the help of pills, he could recover even faster. This was the second layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, and Qinzong was heading towards the entrance of the first layer. At the same time, at the entrance of the second layer of the Earth Demon Abyss, a figure suddenly fell from the unceasingly revolving black vortex, followed by a second and a third, for a total of 10 figures. These 10 people all had the same insignia, the insignia of the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad. Their leader gave off an insolent feeling, but his eyes were ice cold. He was precisely one of the 3 heavy tigers, Kuang Hu. Kuang Hu was filled with violent killing intent. He absolutely didn't expect that Chang Hu would actually be killed. The 3 heavy tigers didn't just represent a title, but also the friendship between the 3 of them, a friendship comparable to that of brothers. Now that his own brother had been killed, he swore to avenge this enmity. In the end, who did it? Kuang Hu was filled with killing intent while feeling puzzled. Although the survivor of the Long Tiger Squad sent back the information, he didn't know the name of the other party. As for the appearance, unfortunately, that person didn't have that kind of ability. Only after he returned to the 10,000 Heavy Demon Hunt Squad would he be able to draw out the appearance of Chang Hu's murderer. Leading his 9 subordinates, Kuang Hu immediately rushed towards the entrance of the third layer of the Earth Demon Abyss. Because of the information sent back, Chang Hu was killed in the third layer, so the murderer might also be in the third layer. Both Qinzong and the Wild Tiger Squad chose a straight path. In other words, encountering each other was almost inevitable. "It's you." Seeing the figure in front of him from afar, Kuang Hu narrowed his eyes. A thick killing intent condensed, then bloomed, shooting out, piercing through the chaotic, demonic qi. The violent killing intent was like a surging tide, surging in all directions. In Shenzong's eyes, Kuang Hu's figure disappeared and was replaced by a gorgeous and violent giant tiger, roaring wantonly and emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The scene from before involuntarily flashed through Shenzong's mind. He had been suppressed by Kuang Hu and had almost been killed. Instantly, a sharp killing intent shot out from his eyes. It was as if sword qi had pierced through the air. "Die!" With a low roar that sounded like thunder, Kuang Hu suddenly dashed over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, after which he viciously punched out. With a boom, his aura turned berserk. Chaotic demonic qi surged like raging waves. This fist carried a shocking tiger's roar, incomparably terrifying. However, this punch was only 80% of Kuang Hu's strength. This was because he didn't know that Qinzong was the one who killed Chang Hu. Otherwise, he would have definitely exploded with 120% of his strength. Kuang Hu's 9 subordinates also moved quickly, rushing in all directions to form a circle to prevent Qinzong from escaping. Would Qinzong escape? Of course not. Among the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, the one Qinzong wanted to kill the most was Kuang Hu. The Demon Slayer sword was unsheathed, and a black sword mark streaked across the sky. A terrifying power was contained in the Demon Slayer's sword, and the moment it collided with Kuang Hu's fist, it instantly exploded. Kuang Hu's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly blasted out all his strength, making the power of this punch even more tyrannical. Break! Qinzong's sword stabbed at Kuang Hu's fist. Under the double strength, the first sword was offset and Kuang Hu's fist was defeated. The second sword followed, and Kuang Hu was shocked. This kind of strength was clearly not inferior to his own. His footsteps staggered, and he hurriedly retreated. He waved his other arm, and a violent wind rolled up and fiercely blasted out. With a shake of his wrist, the sword trembled, and the power vibrated. Wave after wave, like heavy waves, quickly surged out from his body, and the force reached the sword tip. It pierced through everything, and nothing could stop it. Every difficult life and death battle brought Qinzong a lot of benefits, and Qinzong's strength unknowingly improved. Although each improvement was so small, under the constant accumulation, it would eventually lead to a qualitative change. At this time, Chun Zong's application of his strength and swordsmanship were a little better than when he fought Chang Hu. The moment the sword and the fist collided, a terrifying power penetrated and bombarded, and Kwang Hu's face was incomparably dignified. He could only retreat again. His whole body shook, and a violent aura swept out like a raging wave. An extremely violent tiger phantom condensed behind him, and it was about to materialize. The violent tiger entrenched behind him looked incomparably terrifying, and its aura soared to the sky. As the violent tiger moved, a pair of huge tiger eyes overlapped with Kwang Hu's eyes and instantly shot out a piercing light. The light was like a meteor piercing through the sky, intimidating heaven and earth. Roar. The roar seemed to come from the ancient times. Kwang Hu stretched out his hands and bent his fingers into claws, and the violent tiger's claws also merged with them. In an instant, Kwang Hu and the fierce tiger behind him seemed to have merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. Pounce! The tiger's palm brought a fierce wind, shattering the vacuum, and blasted out with a force of hundreds of thousands of Jin, which could crush a mountain. Sword slash. Heaven scar. The more he used it, the more proficient he became, and the faster he could use it. A sword slash through the sky, tearing the sky apart. Everlasting heart illusion. Spiral 9 turns. Like a swallow returning, it pounced from the side and attacked again. The sword light splashed like a torrential downpour, and like a meteor shower, it engulfed Kwang Hu. Heaven scar. The incomparably fierce sword light slashed diagonally, as if the sword had cut open the sky, leaving an everlasting sword scar. With a swoosh, accompanied by a painful groan, Kwang Hu retreated continuously, and a stream of blood splashed in the sky, so bright that it was shocking. Along with the blood, an arm flew high into the sky. Captain, kill! Seeing that Kwang Hu's arm was cut off, the other team members were shocked and hurriedly attacked Chun Zong. This scene was already within Chun Zong's expectations. His expression did not change, but his body continuously changed in the air, and he was extremely agile, avoiding the strong attacks one after another. Suddenly, he spun 9 times and burst out with a terrifying speed, like a meteor flashing through the gap. He rushed towards Kwang Hu, who was retreating quickly. With one arm cut off, Kwang Hu was not only injured but also lost his balance, and his strength was affected because of this, and he could not fully exert his strength. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down. In Kwang Hu's frightened eyes, there was a bright sword light reflected. As if tearing through the dark clouds in the sky, the dazzling light filled the world in front of him, and there was no place to hide. Roar! Knowing that he could not avoid this sword, Kwang Hu burst out with all his strength and gathered it on his other arm. Pop! 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 His intact arm swelled, and a terrifying violent force rolled out. Blue veins protruded, like a python entrenched in its body. Another crisp sound rang out, and the tough skin was actually torn apart. Drops of blood splashed out. This attack was reckless, and he wanted to exchange his life for his opponent's. Do you know, Chang Hu was killed by me? A voice like a breeze blew into his ears, and suddenly, Kwang Hu's eyes widened in anger, and he paused for a moment. It was this momentary pause that made Kwang Hu miss the opportunity. The sword arrived, and then came out from behind Kwang Hu, leaving a straight, dazzling sword scar. Kwang Hu also threw out a punch with all his strength. The void shook, the earth cracked, and Chun Zong was smashed into pieces. However, it was just a shadow. Kwang Hu's pause just now allowed Chun Zong to avoid the attack. Kwang Hu was dead. His body turned in midair, and he rushed toward the other members of Kwang Hu at an astonishing speed. Kill! 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 Unlike the members of Chang Hu, the 9 members of Kwang Hu had no intention of leaving. Instead, they burst out with all their strength and fought to the death. Although they knew that they were not necessarily a match for the other party, they still fought without hesitation. In the end, they were all wiped out, With a glance, Chunzong looked at Kwang Hu's body that was cut in half by his sword. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart seemed to relax a little. Among the 3 tigers of Wanzhong, the one he wanted to kill the most was Kwang Hu, because it was Kwang Hu who suppressed him that day. After more than half a year, Kwang Hu, who was very powerful in front of him, fell under his sword. This feeling was indescribable. Moving quickly and skillfully, Chunzong put away the mustard seed bags of the 10 members of Kwang Hu. He did not immediately check them, and immediately used his movement skill to leave. When he arrived at the dark vortex, the huge dark vortex kept spinning like a millstone that could crush everything. Vaguely, he could hear a roar. When an ordinary person saw such a scene, they would be terrified out of their wits, but Chunzong's expression remained unchanged. He took a stride forward and soared into the sky, and he flashed out like a sword light that charged into the dark vortex and vanished. In the next breath, a figure fell from the dark vortex of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. It was Chunzong. The moment Chunzong landed, his feet touched the hard, black ground, and the tip of his feet burst out with amazing power, cracking the hard ground and leaving 2 pits. With a whoosh, his body was already thousands of meters away, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, quickly moving away. The Earth Demon Abyss had 9 levels, and the first level was the smallest. A few days later, Chunzong saw the light emitted by the 8 demon suppression pillars again. He approached and then entered. The moment he entered the range of the 8 demon suppression pillars, Chunzong felt his whole body tremble. An indescribable sense of ease and comfort quickly spread throughout his body. Practitioners, after all, were existences who mainly relied on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Usually, they might not feel much, but after staying in a place like the Earth Demon Abyss that was filled with chaotic demon qi for a period of time, they would understand how comfortable it was to be able to stay in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and how precious it was. Chapter 8:12. The demon-suppressing fortress was like a primordial beast prostrating on the ground. It was majestic, and its presence was condensed. However, it constantly exuded a heavy pressure, deterring all demonic creatures from approaching. However, in Chunzong's heart, there was only a feeling of impatience. This feeling made Chunzong unconsciously increase his speed and enter the demon-suppressing fortress even faster. Once he entered the demon-suppressing fortress, Chunzong quickly headed in the direction of the demon-suppressing barracks. After verifying his identity, he headed for the Demon Slayer's department. As soon as he stepped through the gate of the Demon Slaying department, a slender figure walked over. Following that was an extremely unique aura. This aura was filled with tyranny and darkness. It was extremely pure, even purer than the chaotic demon qi. It was even purer than the demons Chunzong had encountered so far. Shocked, his bones and tendons rang. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, like a sword piercing through the sky. As if facing a great enemy, the demon-slaying sword hummed softly, ready to be unsheathed. Chunzong didn't understand. Why would there be demons here? After all, this was the demon suppression barracks, right at the gates of the Demon Slayer's department. What kind of demons dared to appear here? Weren't they afraid of being skinned alive? The cold and sharp gaze fell on Chunzong's face. Instantly, Chunzong felt like he was being pricked by needles. His hair stood on end, and a chill surged from the depths of his body. This gaze immediately told Chunzong that he was no match for this person, even if he used a secret technique. The cold and sharp gaze was instantly retracted. This person strode past Chunzong. Chunzong's gaze fell on the other person's back. Only then did he see what this person was wearing. Demon-slaying armor. Wearing the demon-slaying armor meant that this person was also a member of the Demon Slayer's department. However, how could a member of the Demon Slayer's department have such pure and domineering dark qi? Since this person was from the Demon Slayer's department, Chunzong relaxed. However, he committed this person's appearance to memory. He looked very young, probably not much older than himself. His skin was fair, and his eyes were dark and deep. His long black hair fluttered gently with his steps, giving him an indescribable elegance. Retracting his gaze, Chunzong stepped into the demon-slaying division and headed for the general division hall. "You're back. It seems that you've completed your mission," the director said with a smile. His deep eyes seemed to see through all of Chunzong's secrets. "Yes." Chunzong nodded. During this trip to the Earth Demon Abyss, Chunzong not only completed the mission given by the chief secretary, but also killed many young demon race powerhouses and gained a lot of merits. Currently, the merit points in the demon slaying token were close to 20,000 points. Of course, this was just the tip. The real bulk was the reward given by the chief. 1 million merit points. Seeing that the merit points in the demon slaying token had exceeded 1 million, Chunzong felt refreshed. "Chief Secretary, on my way back, I met someone at the entrance." Chunzong recalled the person he had just met and asked the director about it. He's also a member of the Demon Slaying Division. His name is Murongzhan. He joined the Demon Slaying Division 3 years ago and is now a middle secretary, the director said. As for why he has demon ability, it's because he has the blood of the demon race. It's a unique talent. The director's words were simple. He didn't give Chunzong a detailed explanation. Chunzong tactfully didn't ask any more questions and took his leave. However, Chunzong was still thinking about the matter of Murongzhan. He had the blood of the demon race. Could a human have the blood of the demon race? All of a sudden, Chunzong felt that his understanding of this world was still too little. There were still many mysteries waiting for him to unearth. "Master Han wants me to collect the pills in a month." It's already been more than a month, so the pills should be finished by now, Chunzong thought to himself as he headed for Master Han's place. 12 pills. Here are 6 for you. Madman Han threw a white jade bottle to Chunzong and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. The effects of the blood rainbow body tempering pill are overbearing. If you don't have the physique to take it, there's only one outcome. You'll explode and die." "Thank you, Master Han." Although Madman Han's tone was harsh, Chunzong didn't mind. Instead, he cupped his hands in thanks. No matter what, Madman Han had helped him refine the pills. In the end, he had also warned him about the overbearing effects of the blood rainbow body tempering pill. Madman Han didn't say anything else. He just waved his hand impatiently and asked him to leave. "Goodbye." Chunzong clutched the white jade bottle and strode away. The blood rainbow body tempering pill was about the size of a longan fruit. It was blood red in color and looked very round. It emitted traces of a red glow and a fishy smell. Just by looking at its color and shape, it gave off the feeling of a flawless ruby. One couldn't bear to part with it and couldn't bear to eat it. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong put the 6 blood rainbow body tempering pills into the white jade bottle. Naturally, this wasn't because Chunzong couldn't bear to eat them, but because he didn't want to eat them for the time being. This was because he still had to sort out his gains from the Earth Demon Abyss. In addition to the millions of merit points he now had, there were many other gains from the Earth Demon Abyss. For example, the mustard seed bags he obtained from killing Changhu, Kwanghu, and the others. There were also the mustard seed bags he obtained from killing many young demons, as well as the demonic materials he obtained from killing many demonic creatures. With a wave of his hand, many mustard seed bags of different colors appeared in front of Chunzong. He opened them one by one and checked them one by one. Chunzong's expression was calm because he didn't find anything that could make him happy. They were all very ordinary and of little value. For Chunzong, who already had millions of merit points, they were nothing. There were quite a few items in Changhu and Kwanghu's mustard seed bags that made Chunzong's eyes light up slightly, but that was all. In terms of wealth, Chunzong's accumulated wealth surpassed that of some Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. Although Changhu and Kwanghu's wealth wasn't bad, there was still a clear gap between them and Chunzong. But no matter what, these items were enough to increase Chunzong's wealth once again. Perhaps they wouldn't be of much use now, but who knew when they would be needed? Moreover, many of the items could be exchanged for merit points. Merit points were of great use here. For example, the cultivation methods of the demon-resisting seal, demon-binding seal, and demon-slaying seal required merit points. There were also some more special methods and martial arts that required merit points to exchange for. Of course, as a member of the demon-slaying division, Chunzong received great benefits. For example, he could obtain the secret method of congenital qi for free. Chunzong could also browse through some of the more ordinary methods and martial arts in the demon-slaying division. Because of this, Chunzong had already perfected his mysterious heart technique and reached the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm. In other words, the mysterious heart technique was at the peak of the extreme mortal realm. Chunzong didn't need to worry about it anymore. The truly precious items in the demon-slaying division were secret methods, secret arts, and forbidden arts. Among them, the secret method of congenital qi could only be considered below average. Chunzong remembered that the last mustard seed bag had come from the powerful, demonic beast genius. He opened it and poured out the items inside, causing them to tumble all over the floor. There were many metallic ores, almost all of them black. There were also many magical herbs and the horns and claws of demonic creatures that emitted traces of chaotic demonic qi. Suddenly, Chunzong's attention was attracted by one of the items. The item was in the middle of a jet black, or it glowed with a blood-red light and emitted traces of qi and blood. It was a blood red, or about half the size of a fist. The light and qi emitted from it, as well as the unique patterns on it, startled Chunzong. He recalled what master weapon maker Ouyang had said. Blood-refined stone? Chunzong wasn't very sure. He felt that the blood red, or in his hand, was very similar to the blood-refined stone that master weapon maker Ouyang had mentioned. However, it was his first time seeing it, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. If it's really a blood-refined stone, Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. He was extremely excited. "Let's go see master weapon maker Ouyang," Chunzong said quietly. With a wave of his hand, he put everything away. Ouyang Chi stared at the blood red ore in his hand. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light, like the edge of a sword. "Look, look, look." He looked at it continuously and carefully from all angles. He identified it for a full hour. Chunzong stood aside and waited patiently. "I can confirm that this." Ouyang Chi retracted his gaze and looked at Chunzong. He took a deep breath and said in an extremely serious tone, "Is a blood-refined stone." Hearing Ouyang Chi's words, Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp light. He didn't expect to obtain a blood-refined stone during his trip to the Earth Demon Abyss. Perhaps the other gains added together couldn't compare to this blood-refined stone. "It's a pity. If we had 1,000 refined gold, we could forge a blood-refined weapon together with the blood-refined stone," Ouyang Chi said with some regret. It wasn't that other metal ores couldn't be forged together with the blood-refined stone. It was just that using other metal ores to forge with the blood-refined stone had limited potential. It was equivalent to wasting such a precious blood-refined stone. Only 1,000 refined gold essence, which had limitless potential, was suitable. "Master Ouyang, take a look at this." Chunzong took out the 1,000 refined gold. Ouyang Chi's gaze shifted, and he couldn't look away anymore. At first, he was stunned, then puzzled. Finally, a trace of fanaticism bloomed in his eyes, and it became more and more intense. The passion in his eyes seemed to want to melt the 1,000 refined gold. 1,000 refined gold. With trembling lips, Ouyang Chi struggled to say the words 1,000 refined gold. He felt like he was about to suffocate. 1,000 refined gold. A forging treasure. This was an unparalleled attraction for any craftsman. It was enough to make them crazy. If it were some craftsman with bad temperament, they would use any means to take it for themselves. "Master Ouyang, I wonder if you can use this 1,000 refined gold and blood-refined stone to forge a sword?" Chunzong smiled. "You want me to forge a sword?" Ouyang Chi suddenly felt like he had been hit in the head by happiness. He only felt a little dizzy. "If I forge a sword now, I should be able to melt it into the illusory demon heart crystal when I obtain it in the future, right?" Chunzong asked. "Yes, absolutely. There won't be any impact," Ouyang Chi answered in a hurried tone. He immediately looked at Chunzong with fanaticism and hope. "You really want me to forge a sword with this 1,000 refined gold and blood-refined stone?" If Master Ouyang doesn't mind. Chunzong smiled. Chapter 813. Under normal circumstances, to ask a master to forge a weapon or a sword, one not only needed to provide his own materials, but also had to pay a corresponding price, such as spiritual sources and meritorious services. After all, no one was willing to work for others for free. However, Ouyang Qi did not charge Chunzong any fee. Instead, he promised Chunzong that he would forge a sword that satisfied Chunzong. For a master like Ouyang Qi, who devoted himself to forging weapons and swords, there was nothing more satisfying than forging a sword. The refined gold of 1,000 refinements was a supreme treasure for forging weapons. It was the most precious treasure for forging weapons that countless weapon refiners dreamed of. It was already a great blessing to be able to see it in one's life, not to mention being able to use it to forge weapons. Although the refined bloodstone was not as precious as the refined gold of 1,000 refinements, it was still a rare treasure. Using the refined gold of 1,000 refinements and the refined bloodstone to forge a sword, Ouyang Qi believed that his attainment in forging weapons would improve and reach a higher level. This was the greatest gain, the greatest achievement, and the greatest satisfaction. Nothing could compare with it. After handing the refined gold of 1,000 refinements and the refined bloodstone to Ouyang Qi carefully measured Chunzong's palm, observed its size, shape, and palm lines, and asked Chunzong to perform his swordsmanship before letting Chunzong leave. It takes half a year to forge a sword. I'll use this time to improve my cultivation and strength again, Chunzong said to himself. What cultivation should he improve? The cultivation of the way of body refining and the way of qi refining. As for the soul sense, because the sky-climbing tower had not been refined yet, he could not practice it for the time being. It was difficult to use much of it, which limited Chunzong's strength to a certain extent. Only after the sky-climbing tower was refined could his soul sense be liberated and he be able to practice. After returning to his residence and activating the protective power, Chunzong stood in the spacious room, took a deep breath, and eliminated all distracting thoughts. The excitement in his heart dissipated with the wind, and he became calm like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. Then Chunzong took out a blood-red body-strengthening pill and threw it into his mouth. Different from other elixirs, the blood-red body-strengthening elixir did not melt in his mouth. Instead, it was hard, and Chunzong had to chew it. After chewing and swallowing it, Chunzong felt that what he swallowed was not an elixir, but a stream of magma. It was extremely hot, as if it was going to melt his throat and esophagus. That was the incomparably hot power of the blood essence. When it rushed into his body, it immediately exploded, rushing into his limbs and bones. Chunzong suddenly felt as if a ball of blazing fire had been stuffed into his body. His body felt as if it was about to be burned to ashes. No wonder Madman Han would say that the blood-red body-tempering pill's medicinal effects were incomparably tyrannical. If one's physique wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If one's body couldn't withstand it, they would explode and die. Chunzong didn't explode and die, but he felt as if he was going to be melted by the high temperature. It was like steel being melted in a molten iron. Moving, Chunzong's limbs began to move, and he began to withstand the terrible heat to practice the 1,000 refinements mysterious skill. As Chunzong practiced the 1,000 refinements mysterious skill, the terrible heat that seemed to melt his body also flowed. As it was guided, it consciously tempered his body. Not only did the burning sensation not decrease, but it increased again. Chunzong felt as if he was being burned in a raging fire. If he hadn't experienced the burning of a raging fire when he received the 1,000 refinements mysterious skill and had enough resistance to the heat, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Chunzong still felt as if his consciousness was going to fall into a trance. This kind of trance was like the feeling of being drunk after drinking too much. This feeling was very strange and comfortable. It was as if his feet were stepping on clouds. He felt as if he was about to get drunk, but at the same time, he was extremely clear-headed. He had a more precise and unique grasp of everything. So much so that some of the details that Chunzong usually neglected when practicing the Thousand Refinements mysterious skill were completely grasped at this moment, and the effect was even better. His skin was red all over, like a cooked prawn. It constantly emitted hot steam, and waves of smoke billowed upwards. After rushing to the roof, it spread out like waves, covering the entire roof, and then fell along the surrounding walls. Soon, the whole room was filled with a white smoke-like aura. It was the essence chi that gushed out from Chunzong's body. Essence chi rose like smoke and surged like a tidal wave. It became denser and denser. Faintly, one could hear a soft roar. It seemed like a real dragon was being nurtured in this vast expanse of smoke. The effect of the blood-red body-strengthening elixir was not only domineering, but also continuous. It constantly tempered Chunzong's body. After 2 hours, the effect of the blood-red body-strengthening elixir was completely consumed. The white smoke in the room had become extremely dense, like a sea of clouds. Chunzong stood in the dense essence chi smoke, and his skin returned to its normal color. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. As his chest rose and fell, the dense essence chi smoke that surrounded him also surged like waves in the sea. Immediately, it flowed into Chunzong's mouth and nose, and into Chunzong's body. This essence chi originally belonged to Chunzong. Now, it returned to his body. Following the return of the essence chi, Chunzong's skin began to glow. When all the essence chi returned to his body, Chunzong's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It seemed to be accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. His body moved slightly, and as his chi and blood surged, a deep, thunder-like sound could be heard continuously. He casually threw out a punch. A rumbling sound could be heard, and a strong wind roared. My strength has increased by almost 10,000 pounds. Chunzong was secretly delighted. On the path of body refining, an increase of 50,000 pounds of strength was equivalent to an increase of one's extreme mortal realm. Chunzong's strength was 350,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm. If it was 400,000 pounds, it would be equivalent to the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. Now, after refining one blood-red body-refining pill, Chunzong's strength had reached 360,000 pounds. Although it was still equivalent to the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm, compared to before, his strength had increased. After all, this kind of increase was not only in strength, but also in speed, explosiveness, and other aspects. It was a comprehensive increase. There's still 5 blood-red body-refining pills left. After refining all of them, I'll be able to break through to the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. Chunzong thought to himself. Immediately, Chunzong thought of the other 6 blood-red body-refining pills that Madman Han had taken away. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he could have gotten them, his path of body refining might have had a chance to break through to the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. At that time, his strength would have become even stronger. But there was no other way. That was the price of asking Madman Han to refine the pills. He had to pay what he had to pay. I'll take one today and the second one tomorrow. Otherwise, my body won't be able to take it. Chunzong muttered to himself. After finishing the 1,000 Refinements mysterious technique, he left his residence and headed towards the exchange area. He was going to exchange all the magical herbs and demon materials he had on him for merit points. The result was somewhat out of Chunzong's expectations. All the magical herbs and demon materials were exchanged for more than 100,000 merit points. Chunzong's merit points had obviously increased by quite a bit. It's time to spend my merit points. Chunzong thought to himself as he started to make his selection. He had to exchange for the Demon Defending Seal, Demon Binding Seal, and Demon Slaying Seal. Otherwise, just the first form of the 3 seals would have limited power. For example, in the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss, Chunzong could feel that the first form of the Demon Defending Seal was insufficient. It could no longer completely defend against the invasion of the chaotic demon energy and would more or less be affected. If he stepped into the fourth level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the power of the first form of the Demon Defending Seal would probably be completely ineffective. This was also the reason why he didn't want to stay in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss for too long. The same was true for the Demon Binding Seal and the Demon Slaying Seal. At the end of the day, the first form was just the foundation. Except, when Shinzong made the exchange, he was shocked by the price. 100,000 merit points. Not all of them added up to 100,000 merit points, but the second form of the Demon Defending Seal, the second form of the Demon Binding Seal, and the second form of the Demon Slaying Seal were worth 100,000 merit points. As for the cultivation technique after that, it would be the third style. The merit points needed to be exchanged for each seal would be doubled. There was no fourth form, only 3 forms. But then again, 100,000 or 200,000 merit points wasn't actually a lot. Any demon-suppressing army soldier of the Earth Spirit realm could take out this amount, but it was indeed quite difficult for someone of the extreme mortal realm. At the end of the day, these 3 seals were created to allow the demon-suppressing army to better defend against the demon race and magical creatures. They should be freely available for people to practice, but if they were freely available, people would feel that it was too easy to obtain. One of the bad habits of humans was that they would easily overlook things that were easily obtainable. Therefore, to set a price, one had to use merit points to exchange for them. But the price couldn't be set too high, or one wouldn't be able to afford the exchange. Chunzong didn't exchange for all of them, as they would require too many merit points. First, he exchanged for the second form of the 3 seals, which cost 300,000 merit points. His original 1,100,000 merit points quickly shrunk. As for the other mystic techniques, secret techniques, forbidden techniques, and so on, the first reason was that the exchange price was too high. The cheapest one would require more than 1,000,000 merits, and Chunzong could not afford it. Secondly, there were some mystic techniques within the Dark Feather Dao and Heavenly Sword Dao. However, Chunzong was not interested in some of them. Some of them were not suitable due to the environment, such as the Sword Qi Convergence mystic technique. Some of them required external assistance. I'll first practice the Demon Defending Seal, the Demon Binding Seal, and the second form of the Demon Slaying Seal, then choose other secret arts. Chunzong thought to himself and returned to his residence. First, he studied the second form of the Demon Defending Seal. After all, if he wanted to practice the second form of the Demon Binding Seal and the Demon Slaying Seal, he had to first master the second form of the Demon Defending Seal. This was the foundation. Once he started, Chunzong was astonished. The second form of the Demon Defending Seal was 10 times more profound than the first form of the Demon Defending Seal. Although Chunzong had expected that the second form of the Demon Defending Seal would be more profound and mysterious, and would be more difficult to comprehend, he definitely didn't expect the difference to be 10 times greater. To many people, the first form of the Demon Defending Seal was extremely difficult to cultivate. To those people, the second form of the Demon Defending Seal was almost impossible to cultivate. Even with Chunzong's amazing perception, he couldn't comprehend it in a short period of time. He could only take it step by step, combining it with the foundation of the first form of the Demon Defending Seal. Chapter 814. The Earth Demon Abyss went all the way down to the 9th level. It was pitch black and filled with dense and pure chaotic demon chi. The chaotic demon chi was everywhere. In some places, it was like clouds and mist. In some places, it seemed to have condensed in a liquid. It was extremely frightening. The 9th level was extremely vast. Its size was even greater than the previous 8 levels combined. In a corner of the 9th level, a huge altar with a radius of more than 10,000 meters stood. The altar was hexagonal and completely black. It was covered with mysterious and complicated patterns. They were crisscrossing and twisting like countless demon snakes. They came from all directions and finally gathered at the center. In the center, there was a closed gap. Countless amounts of pure chaotic demon chi gathered from all directions and surged into the altar, where they were absorbed by it. Following that, a series of powerful wind-breaking sounds rang out. Masses of dark clouds rolled over from afar, emitting a series of shocking roars. The roar was earth-shattering and extremely frightening. As the black clouds rolled, they gradually dispersed, revealing 6 figures in total. Each of them was wearing black armor and looked extremely ferocious. They emitted a monstrous evil chi. In each of their hands, they were dragging a thick black chain, and on the other end of the chain was a gigantic magical creature. The demon was 1,000 meters long. Its head was that of a dragon, but it was sharper and more ferocious. Its eyes were scarlet, as if it had lost all rationality. Its long neck was covered with blade-like scales, each of which was extremely sharp. There was also a pair of wings on its back. The wings were like those of a bat, but they were much larger, longer, and more ferocious. This demon was the Abyssal Demon Dragon. It was a terrifying demon that only existed in the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The 6 people who were wearing black armor and dragging the Abyssal Demon Dragon with the chain were Demon Clan experts. They were 7th level Upper Realm experts, which was equivalent to the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm. 6 Demon Clan experts who were equivalent to the 7th level of the Heavenly Profound Realm teamed up to drag the Abyssal Demon Dragon. At this moment, a figure as tall as a mountain slowly descended from the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, suppressing all directions and freezing the space. Greetings, Demon Emperor Luo. The 6 Demon Clan experts who were dragging the Abyssal Demon Dragon bowed and saluted. Open the altar. Demon Emperor Luo's voice was heavy with an indescribable evil intent. It sounded as if it came from every corner of the void. The 6 Demon Clan experts dragged the struggling Abyssal Demon Dragon to the huge altar and pressed it on the altar. The 6 chains locked the 6 corners of the altar at the same time. Demon Emperor Luo stretched out his right hand and reached deep into the void. Then he pulled out with all his might. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and earth, and the void trembled. A sinister-looking pitch-black hilt was pulled out, followed by a sinister-looking dragon head. Then, a pitch-black blade as thick as an adult's waist appeared. The body of the saber was covered with mysterious and complicated patterns, each of them resembling a rising evil dragon. The back of the saber was covered with serrated hooks of various sizes and angles, making it look even more terrifying. Using the void as a scabbard, the demonic saber was hidden within. At this moment, the demonic saber was unsheathed. The Abyssal Demon Dragon became more and more uneasy. It struggled frantically, but it couldn't move. It could only roar in anger. Demon Emperor Luo silently waved the demon blade in his hand and slashed down. It was impossible to describe what kind of blade light it was. It looked ordinary, but when it was slashed out, it filled the sky. There was nothing else. The saber light that was like a black crescent moon cut off the thick neck of the Abyssal Demonic Dragon. A sizzling sound arose, which made people's scalps numb. Black blood gushed out crazily, splashing on the altar and flowing along the patterns on the altar. Demon Emperor Luo and the demon race expert with 6 horns waved their arms at the same time, condensing demon seals one after another. Between heaven and earth, strange chanting sounds rang out, as if from heaven and earth, and as if from the heart, awakening the deepest evil and chaos in the heart. Wong wong wong. Amidst the buzzing sound, the altar kept shaking. Waves of power burst out. As the black light spread, it completely covered the huge body of the Abyssal Demon Dragon. The body of the Abyssal Demon Dragon was rapidly melting. Not only was its demon blood absorbed, but its body was also absorbed by the altar. It was extremely evil. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and the earth shook as the wind and clouds surged. Countless amounts of pure and chaotic demonic chi converged from all directions. They were like the waves of an ocean, and they were extremely ferocious as they poured into the altar. The altar trembled violently, and rose little by little. Visible to the naked eye, the chaotic demon chi that filled the altar was so dense that it was liquefied. It was even turning solid. For many demons, this was a holy land for cultivation. Even for those 6 devil race experts, it was still pretty good. Unfortunately, it wasn't used for cultivation. It wasn't that extravagant. The abyssal demon dragon was only 1 step away from becoming an emperor, but it was killed. This altar was even more difficult to build. It had to be paid a great price. After it was built, it would be scrapped after 1 use. Demonic Eye of Void Shattering. Open. When the altar rose 10,000 meters in the air, Demon Emperor Ciel Luo's voice rang out. It reverberated between heaven and earth. Between the roar, the huge altar erupted with a burst of intense black light. The closed crack in the center of the altar spread to both ends at an astonishing speed until it reached the edge of the altar. Then, with a violent buzzing sound, the crack that was 10,000 meters long opened, revealing a hexagonal black-gold pupil. This was an eye, a demon eye, a huge demon eye, demonic eye of void shattering. Black light quickly condensed in this huge demon eye, and the light became more and more profound. With a boom, a thick black light that was at least 1,000 meters long shot out from the demonic eye of void shattering. In an instant, it shot toward the sky of the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying black light broke through the sky barrier of the 9th level of the Earth Demon Abyss and blasted into the 8th level. There is also an altar on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss, but it was slightly smaller than the one on the 9th level. After receiving the black light, it blasted toward the sky of the 8th level, breaking through it and entering the 7th level. There were also altars on the 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th levels, but each one was smaller than the last. After receiving the black light, they all shattered the sky, leaving behind a black vortex that was 1,000 meters long. Gather the army. This time, we're going to attack the ground. That place will become our territory. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying auras came one after another. At a glance, one could only see a black mass of demon race people. They were endless like a tide. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Chun Zong returned to the Demon Slayer's division. The sealed secret room was filled with extremely dense and pure, chaotic demon chi. Chun Zong stood in the middle of it, forming seals with his hands. Each seal looked incomparably mysterious. Those with insufficient perception and spiritual sense would feel dizzy and nauseous just by looking at it. Some might even faint directly. In serious cases, it could even damage the mind. Chun Zong had to concentrate all his attention to condense every single talisman seal. Only in this way would he be able to guarantee success. After returning, he exchanged for the Demon Defending Seal, the Demon Binding Seal, and the second form of the Demon Slayer Seal. Chun Zong spent a month and a half to comprehend the second form of the Demon Defending Seal, using the first form as the foundation. Now that he had cultivated for half a month, he still could not master it. This made Chun Zong feel a little helpless, but at the same time, it aroused a strong fighting spirit. In the past, no matter what he cultivated, he could get started in a short time with his outstanding comprehension. However, the second form of the Demon Defending Seal had taken him 2 months, and he still could not master it. In the end, the second form of the Demon Defending Seal could also be called the second level of the Demon Defending Seal. It was an extension and strengthening of the first form. Chun Zong estimated that if he mastered the second form of the Demon Defending Seal, even if the chaotic demon chi in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss was 10 times denser, it would not affect him at all. Moreover, it would increase the speed of his use of the Demon Binding Seal and the Demon Slayer Seal by several times. As for the specific effects, he could only be sure after he really mastered it. Today, Chun Zong had a feeling that he could master the second form of the Demon Defending Seal. With all his heart, he condensed seals one after another. Condensing the first form of the Demon Defending Seal required 9 seals, but condensing the second form of the Demon Defending Seal required 99 seals. It was not as simple as a tenfold increase in difficulty. Now, Chunzong had only condensed 49 seals, and there were still 50 seals to condense. However, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became to condense seals. When Chunzong condensed the 89th seal, his forehead was covered in sweat and his face began to turn pale. At this time, he had to continue. If he gave up, all his efforts would be in vain. This time, Chunzong must succeed, so he had to persevere no matter what. He focused all his energy and continued to condense seals. The 90th seal, the 91st seal, the 98th seal. There was only one seal left, but Chunzong felt that he could no longer continue. He felt that his strength was exhausted, and there was a sharp pain in his head as if it was being pierced and torn apart. His muscles twitched, and he was in great pain. One seal. Only one seal left. Chunzong only felt that his vision was a little blurry, but he had to force himself to bear it and force himself to stay awake. It was the last seal. No matter what, he could not give up. Chunzong had a feeling that if he persevered and condensed the last seal successfully, it would not only be mastering the second form of the demon defending seal, but also an invisible sublimation. Chunzong took a deep breath and tried his best to keep himself awake. After that, during this brief moment of clarity, Chunzong condensed the final talisman seal. The 99th seal was successfully condensed. Chapter 8:15. With a roar, the strong devil chi shook in all directions, but it was sealed in a secret room and did not leak out at all. Chunzong's body swayed and was on the verge of collapse. His face was pale and bloodless. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were full of exhaustion. Even so, Chunzong did not fall down, but supported himself with his extraordinary willpower. He looked at the black ball of light floating in front of him with a little excitement. The ball of light was about the size of a fist, and it was covered with complicated patterns. It was a talisman seal, and each talisman seal was connected to each other, finally forming 9 U characters. The 9 U characters were connected to each other, and it looked like a simple U character, no matter how one looked at it. With a thought, the second type of the Imperial Demon Seal also flew into Chunzong's Sea of Consciousness and took root there. As for the first type of the Imperial Demon Seal, it had already disintegrated. With the second type, the first type was useless. When the second type of the Imperial Demon Seal entered the Sea of Consciousness, an invisible force spread out. It was as gentle as a breeze and as fast as lightning, quickly sweeping through every part of Chunzong's body. Not only did it completely repel the invading chaotic devil chi, but it also made Chunzong feel that his body and mind were being purified. Although it was very subtle, Chunzong did feel that this feeling of being purified was the power of the Imperial Demon Seal nourishing his body little by little. It was nothing in a short period of time, but over time, it would make his body better and more conducive to cultivation. It was like taking a step further. However, this purification efficiency was very low, and it was just a side effect. What really made Chunzong happy was that his control of the chaotic devil chi around him had increased by more than 5 times compared to before. With a thought, the first type of the Imperial Demon Seal was formed in an instant. With a thought, the first type of the Devil Slaying Seal was also formed quickly, only a little slower than the Imperial Demon Seal. The speed of this condensation was several times faster than before, and Chunzong had not fully adapted to the second type of the Imperial Demon Seal. Once he adapted to it, the condensation speed would be improved. He hurriedly took out some medicinal pills and consumed them to recover the various powers he had consumed. I've already mastered the second move of the Imperial Demon Seal, and I've already taken the 6 blood-red body-strengthening pills. My strength has increased to 410,000 kilograms, but my chi refining stage has only improved by a small level. It's a bit slow, Chunzong said to himself as he left. Next, I should practice the second form of the Demon Binding Seal. I should also improve my chi cultivation. The second style of the Demon Binding Seal was undoubtedly several times more difficult than the second style of the Demon Defending Seal. It would also take a longer time, and it was the same for Qi refining stage, unless he could enter the demon refining stage again. As a subordinate of the demon slaying division, Chunzong had the opportunity to enter the demon refining platform to cultivate once a year. He still had a few months before his next opportunity. Alternatively, he could use merit points to exchange for the opportunity to enter the demon refining platform. However, the extreme mortal stage required 1,000,000 merit points, so he could only give up for now and rely on himself to absorb the pure spiritual qi from the mid-grade spiritual source to cultivate. In addition to practicing the second style of the demon binding seal and cultivating qi refining stage, I should also prepare the materials needed for that forbidden technique, Chunzong thought to himself. The materials needed to practice that forbidden technique could be found in the demon slaying division. Chunzong had spent a total of 600,000 merit points to exchange for them. The merit points in the demon slaying seal had shrunk again, and Chunzong could not help but sigh. It really came and went quickly. Even if he had the right to receive 300,000 merit points in advance, it would not be of much help. Moreover, it was not free, and he still had to pay it back. I'll take it slow, Chunzong thought to himself. There were too many aspects that he needed to cultivate and improve. He could not split himself, and his time and energy were limited. He could only choose. Everyone was working hard to cultivate and improve their strength as much as possible. The demon-suppressing fortress was not a peaceful place. It was filled with an aura of desolation at all times. It invisibly spurred on every cultivator, making them constantly work hard. It was as if they would be obliterated if they slacked off. Would they really be obliterated? Yes and no. The so-called is meant that they would fall behind others and be left behind by time. The so-called no meant that their lives would not be in danger. But for any practitioner who pursued strength, being left behind by time was the most unacceptable thing. They spurred themselves on, encouraged themselves, and improved themselves as much as possible. The demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss seem to have decreased a lot recently. Could it be that they were massacred? It should be impossible, unless powerful earthly spirit realm experts formed a team and attacked, or profound heaven realm experts took the initiative to attack. Only then would they be able to slaughter a large number of demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. But powerful earthly spirit realm experts would not form a team to sweep through the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. That would be too weak, and the harvest would be too limited. It would be a waste of time. As for profound heaven realm experts, needless to say, they were simply unwilling to do something that would lower their status. This was not the first time that these words had appeared in the demon hunters' mouths. Many demon hunters who had entered the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss had noticed that the demons in the third level were much less than usual, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Thus, there was an additional mission in the demon hunting hall: investigate the reason for the decrease in demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Oh, you've also accepted this mission. Why don't we join forces? That's good too. We can take care of each other. There is no limit to the number of participants, but the time limit was 3 months. Anyone could accept it, but those who dared to accept this mission were not at the late stage of the extreme human realm. If they did not have enough strength to enter the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss, they would be easily killed if they encountered any demons. Within the demon subduing barracks were the results of the investigation. The war general, sitting on the highest seat, opened his eyes, and a terrifying light shot out. His voice was as vigorous as muffled thunder. Reporting to General Luo, we spent half a month searching all over the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss, but we did not find the demons that disappeared. A demon suppression soldier below replied in a low and powerful voice. General Luo frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. For ordinary demon hunters, the sudden disappearance of a large number of demons in the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss might only be a surprise, but for the demon suppression army, they smelled something unusual. It was as if something was about to happen. It was just that they did not know what exactly was going to happen, and it was precisely because of this unknown that it was easier to feel uneasy and needed to be investigated thoroughly. When the news reached the titled generals, they also began to feel troubled. Pass down the order, strengthen the first level of the camp's defenses. The 5th Army Chief ordered. Immediately, more demon suppression soldiers entered the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss to guard the camp. The demon suppression army's actions were not deliberately concealed, and because of this, the atmosphere in the demon suppression fortress became even more somber. Chunzong was unaware of these changes because he was in the demon-slaying division, wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, and did not take the initiative to pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. The cracking sound was very subtle, but when it fell on Chunzong's ears, it was very clear. The mid-grade spirit source in his hands cracked at the same time, and immediately, more cracks appeared, covering the spirit source. The 2 mid-grade spirit sources turned a dead white, and the pure spirit energy inside had been absorbed by Chunzong. Spirit sources were the crystallization of world energy. The higher the quality of the spirit source, the richer and purer the world energy contained in it. Therefore, spirit sources were often used as a currency between cultivators, especially transcendents, and could be used almost anywhere. In addition, spirit sources were often used for cultivation. Compared to taking pills, the efficiency was slower, but it was faster than directly absorbing world energy, and there were no side effects of pills. When he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out, like an invisible sword piercing through the air, and nothing could stop it. Chunzong's lips curled into a smile, because the spirit energy in his body had become more vigorous, and he was not far from breaking through the next aperture. Perhaps after a few more days of accumulation, his cultivation would be able to break through to the late stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. It was often harder for cultivators to improve as they progressed, but the mysterious mind art was a peerless cultivation method at the extreme mortal realm. Not only did it mean that one could open more apertures, but it also meant that one could cultivate at an extraordinary speed. Just in terms of spirit energy absorption, it was many times faster than other cultivation methods. Even so, Chunzong felt that his cultivation speed was very slow. There was no other way. The improvement in the past was quite fast, and compared to now, the gap was too obvious. I wonder how Grandmaster Ouyang's sword forging progress is. Chunzong thought of the sword again. He did not know what kind of sword would be forged with the 1,000 refined gold and the blood refined stone. Chunzong was very much looking forward to it, because it would be a sword that belonged to him. With a pop, as if something had been broken, a majestic and pure spirit energy rushed in and quickly filled the aperture to the brim. An even more powerful aura spread out, filling the surroundings. Late stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. He had broken through. After a few months of cultivation, Chunzong's cultivation had finally risen from the early stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm to the late stage of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. This kind of progress was a bit slow in Chunzong's eyes, but compared to the majority of the extreme mortal realm, it was many times faster. In another half a month, it will be half a year. By then, I should be able to obtain that sword. Chunzong thought to himself, his anticipation growing stronger. Half a month was actually not that long. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong suppressed the anticipation and excitement in his heart. He couldn't let this affect his cultivation. At the same time, not only had most of the demonic creatures in the 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss disappeared, the 2nd and 1st levels were the same. At the edge of the 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the most difficult to detect area, there was a mysterious energy shrouding it, turning into a thick black fog that spread in all directions. Anyone who tried to investigate would subconsciously ignore this area. Chapter 8:16. This is your first time entering the Earth Demonic Abyss. Be careful. Yes. Okay. We'll be careful. This was a small team of 5 from Soldier-Grade Demon Hunt Squad. 4 of them were rookies that had just joined their Demon Hunt Squad, and 1 was a senior Demon Hunter. He was bringing these 4 rookies to the 1st layer of the Earth Demonic Abyss for training, so that they could have a deeper understanding of the cruelty of the Earth Demonic Abyss. The first layer of the Earth demonic abyss was more dangerous than the surface, but it was the least dangerous in the Earth demonic abyss and was very suitable for the rookies of the extreme mortal realm. Stepping into the Earth demonic abyss for the first time, these four rookies were undoubtedly very excited, as could be seen from their expressions. Rumble. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying rumble sounded from afar, accompanied by roaring, chaotic, demonic chi that surged over like a monstrous wave. From afar, one could see a black mass, as if a black wave was surging. "What's that?" One of the rookies opened his eyes wide and pointed to the front, puzzled. The other three rookies were more or less the same. The senior demon hunter squinted his eyes, staring at the black wave that was surging towards them. Feeling the terrifying aura that was constantly rushing towards them, his whole body trembled slightly, and his pupils dilated. "Go!" A loud shout was heard, and he hurriedly turned around, quickly heading towards the exit. The four rookies trembled from head to toe, but quickly reacted and hurriedly turned around, using their movement techniques to leave at full speed. Although they didn't know what was going on, they had a bad feeling, and it was best to leave as soon as possible. Not only the five of them, there were also many demon hunters in other parts of the Earth demonic abyss. When they saw the surging black wave, their expressions changed greatly. However, some of them reacted correctly, immediately exploding with all their speed to leave, while others overestimated themselves and attacked. The result was that they were submerged by the black wave, and not even their bones were left. Only before he died did he realize that the so-called black wave was actually made up of demonic creatures. How many demons were there in the black wave? The demon suppression army had already gathered in the demon suppression camp on the first layer of the Earth demonic abyss. When the black wave of demons emerged, the demon suppression army quickly reacted. Third column, listen to my orders. Advance 100 miles and stand guard. Kill all demons without mercy. A demon suppression soldier of the Earth spirit realm ordered. Fifth column, listen up. Originally, the demon suppression army stationed at the demon suppression camp was only a single column. Each column of the demon suppression army had 100 people. Normally, 100 demon suppression sergeants would be enough to guard the demon suppression camp. In fact, among the 100 people, most of them were cultivating. Only about 10 of them were in charge of patrolling and daily guarding. They would rotate every once in a while. But this time, because they felt that something was wrong, they sent 2 more columns to guard the place and strengthen the defense. The third and fifth columns marched out of the camp and set up camp 100 miles ahead to await the arrival of the demons. The fourth column remained in the camp to guard the camp and prevent any accidents. 100 demon suppression soldiers each stood guard on the left and right sides. They were dressed in black armor, and their expressions were cold and solemn. Their auras were cold and murderous. It was as if they were one and could not be distinguished from each other. The figures stood erect on the ground like javelins, pointing straight at the dark and gloomy sky. Their terrifying auras seemed to want to pierce through it. Figures rapidly approached from the distance. They were the demon hunters who'd been fleeing in panic. When they saw the figures in front of them, they were first shocked and then overjoyed. With the demon suppression sergeants around, their safety was guaranteed. Rumbling sounds continuously traveled from the distance as the black wave covered the skies and earth and arrived with unstoppable force. The chaotic, demonic aura surged like the tide and swept through with violent howls. It's a demon wave. Compared to the majority of the demon hunters, the demon suppression army was more knowledgeable and knew more. They were able to distinguish it immediately. A demon wave. The so-called demon wave was a wave of demons. It referred to the gathering of many demons and advancing like the tide. The possibility of a demonic wave appearing was not high, but it was not impossible. Usually, every decade or so, a demonic wave would appear and attempt to break through the demon suppression camp. However, every time, the demonic wave would be resisted, leaving behind countless corpses before retreating. The last demonic wave appeared 20 years ago. Thinking of this, The eyes of the demon suppression army shot out extremely sharp, murderous intents. Terrifying, murderous intent surged out from their bodies. Every demon suppression army was an expert who'd been through hundreds of battles. Each of them was extremely powerful. Killing demons was normal for them. It was even a form of enjoyment. Spiritual energy quietly circulated, and the two columns of demon suppression army were ready to attack. Just as the demon wave approached 1,000 meters, that extremely terrifying aura covered the skies and earth as if it was going to extinguish all life. Kill! Following two loud roars, the 200 demon suppression army soldiers attacked together. Saber light and sword shadows broke through the air, tearing the sky apart and piercing through the chaotic demonic aura. It was like a hot knife through butter, and nothing could stop it. The ones at the front were the ordinary demons. They didn't have any resistance and were instantly torn apart by the attacks of the 200 demon suppression army soldiers. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ordinary demons were killed. A large number of them fell, but they were quickly trampled to death by the demons behind them. At the same time, at the entrance of the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss, a black wave of demons was surging continuously. They rushed into the dark vortex and appeared at the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss, quickly gathering together. The same scene was happening at the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Kill! The 200 demon suppression army soldiers attacked, continuously killing demons. The lowest cultivation level of these 200 demon suppression army soldiers was at the extreme level 5 of the mortal realm. Their abilities were even stronger than the average extreme level 5 of the mortal realm. However, they didn't scatter and fight individually, but instead lined up in an orderly manner to attack. The demon suppression army soldiers were stronger than the demon hunters, not only in the 3 seals, but also in the way of battle formations that they were trained in. By working together and forming a battle formation, they could better protect themselves and unleash their abilities. They could explode with power that was stronger than normal. Think about it. There was no need to defend. They only needed to attack with all their might, because there would be comrades to defend against their attacks. Kill, kill, kill. The 2 large groups of demon suppression army soldiers were like meat grinders, crazily killing demons. The strongest demons in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss were only at the 3rd level of the lower level, which was equivalent to the extreme level 3 of the mortal realm. Compared to the demon suppression army, the difference was too great. No matter how many demons there were, under the effective cooperation of the demon suppression army soldiers, not only were they unable to cause any harm to the demon suppression army, they were constantly being killed and killed. Blood rained down and dyed the surroundings black. The thick and nauseating smell of blood filled the air. The demon hunters standing in the distance were all dumbfounded. Such a scene was hard to come by under normal circumstances. Facing such a battle, the demon hunters couldn't get close to it and couldn't interfere. If they tried to get close, they might be killed along with the demons by the demon suppression army soldiers. After all, in such a battle, the demon suppression army soldiers wouldn't show any mercy. Under such terrifying power, just a slight touch would result in either death or injury. The rookies among the demon hunters couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene. It wasn't fear but excitement. It was indescribable excitement in their hearts at this moment. This was a battlefield of flesh and blood, a purgatory of crazy massacres. Under the massacre of the 200 demon suppression army soldiers, the demon army in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss decreased rapidly. The first level of the Earth Demon Abyss wasn't very big, although there were many demons bred in it. With tens of thousands of them gathered together, it was still only tens of thousands. If it was only one or a few demon suppression army soldiers, it would take a lot of time and effort to kill them all. However, with the cooperation of 200 demon suppression army soldiers, the efficiency increased by more than 100 times. Under the shocked gazes of the demon hunters, the demon army of tens of thousands was reduced to only a few thousand, and it was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the ground, there were corpses of demons everywhere. There wasn't a single intact body. Black demon blood soaked everything, and the thick smell of blood filled the air. With a slight sniff, it would fill one's nose and rush into one's lungs, suffocating and disgusting to the extreme. A gust of wind and rain of blood floated past. The last demons were all killed by the Demon Suppression Army soldiers, leaving only broken corpses on the ground. Before they could celebrate, an even more terrifying, chaotic, demonic aura gradually spread from afar. Could it be the demon army from the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss? For a moment, the faces of the Demon Suppression Army soldiers became solemn. If the tens of thousands of demons in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss were not much of a pressure to them, and were just like a warm-up, then the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss would bring them pressure. After all, most of the demons in the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss were low-level demons, and there were even low-level 4th and 5th level demons. There were not much of a threat when there were few of them, but when there were many of them, the threat was not small. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause casualties. However, no one was afraid. One by one, the Demon Suppression Army soldiers became excited. When will it be our turn? A Demon Suppression Army soldier from the 4th column who was guarding the camp muttered. Especially when they saw the 2 columns slaughtering the demon army, their blood boiled, and they couldn't wait to rush out and start a massacre. However, military orders were absolute. If they were to guard the camp, they must guard the camp well and not leave without permission. Now, they could only watch with envy. Rest and reorganize. At the order, 200 Demon Suppression Army soldiers immediately returned to the camp to recover their strength because there was still some time before the next wave of demons arrived. At the same time, the Demon Suppression Army also sent out scouts to investigate the situation. Only by fully understanding the situation could they better defend against the enemy. At the dark vortex of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss, the demon army from the second level of the Earth Demon Abyss gathered, but they did not advance quickly. Instead, they moved slowly and advanced in the direction of the Demon Suppression camp. Their speed was like a crawling tortoise. Chapter 817. Inside the demon-suppressing barracks, columns were mobilized and began to assemble. The entire barracks was filled with a murderous aura. What's going on? Chunzong, who was focused on cultivation, also felt the murderous aura and was surprised. Then, Chunzong received a notice that the chief had summoned him. When Chunzong arrived at the chief's hall, there were already many people inside. They were all wearing demon-slaying suits, including Murong Zhen, whom Chunzong had met once, and Xiang Liang, who had brought Chunzong into the demon-slaying division. "Brother Chun, you're here too." Xiang Liang immediately greeted him. "Brother Xiang, do you know why the chief has summoned us?" Chunzong couldn't help but ask. Xiang Liang seemed to know a lot about information. "Brother Chun, you don't know?" Xiang Liang was slightly startled and asked. "I don't know." Chunzong didn't evade the question. "Then you'll know soon enough." Xiang Liang smiled and looked very mysterious. For someone like him who liked to share information, this mysterious approach was undoubtedly like a cat scratching at his heart. It was unbearable. Chunzong didn't expect Xiang Liang to answer like this. At this time, a gust of wind seemed to blow, and a figure appeared in the hall. He sat on the main seat, and his figure seemed to be covered by clouds and mist. It was impossible to see clearly, only a blur. "Greetings to the chief." Everyone quickly reacted and bowed. No need to be so polite. The chief's powerful and indifferent voice sounded in everyone's ears. "I've summoned you here because of the demon wave." "Demon wave?" Chunzong didn't understand, but when he saw that the others didn't look surprised at all, as if they already knew something, he couldn't help but be speechless. During this time, he seemed to have been too focused on cultivation. The last demon wave was 20 years ago. It was the first and second layers of the Earth Demon Abyss, but this demon wave is larger in scale than the last. It's the first 3 layers of the Earth Demon Abyss, and, according to detection, it seems that the 4th layer of the Earth Demon Abyss is also surging, the chief said unhurriedly, and every word was clearly heard by everyone. When the demonic tide rises, it is also the time to make contributions. During this period, killing demons and demons will earn you double the merit points. After you return, depending on your performance, you will be rewarded with 1 million to 10 million merit points. All of you Lemeters need to move out now and head to the demon suppression camp. Reinforce the camp and slaughter the devils. Yes, everyone responded in unison with excitement in their voices. Chunzong's heart was beating wildly. How shocking was the reward of 1 million to 10 million contribution points. Brother Chun, double the merit points. Haha, this time I'm going to earn a lot of merit points. Otherwise, it won't be enough. Xiang Liang was extremely excited. Don't get killed by demons before you can earn any merits. A voice came from the side, seemingly mocking Xiang Liang. Then let's compete and see who gets the most merit points in the end. Xiang Liang immediately retorted. All right, then let's compete. Whoever has less contribution points will give the other party 1 million contribution points, the other person quickly said. Then it's decided. Xiang Liang didn't hesitate at all. The bet of 1 million contribution points in an instant made Chunzong speechless. Even if it was double the merit points gained from killing low-level demons was limited. At most, it would increase from 10 to 120 to 200. In order to earn 1 million contribution points, they would have to kill at least 5,000 low-level king-level demons. Were there that many low-level king-level demons? No. If it was to kill low-level, 9th-level demons, they would have to kill even more. It wasn't that easy for Lemeters of the Lemeters to kill low-level, 9th-level demons. After all, those demons wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be killed without any resistance. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to earn 1 million contribution points from killing demons. It would only be easier when one reached the earthly spirit realm. Only when one reached the profound sky realm would it be easier. The bet between the two was 1 million contribution points. In the end, they would have to use the rewards they would receive based on their performance. The prerequisite was that they had to come back alive and perform well. This time, the demon slayers were all at the Lemeters of the Lemeters of the Lemeters of the earthly spirit realm. Brother Chun, I guess you don't know much about the people in the demon slayers. Xiang Liang retracted his gaze and turned to Chunzong with a smile. Indeed, Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Ever since he joined the demon slayers, Chunzong hadn't spent much effort to understand the people in the demon slayers. Instead, he had devoted all of his attention to cultivation. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have been the case. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. There is currently 1 chief in the demon slayers. We have 5 grand ministers, 20 middle ministers, and 80 lower ministers. Xiang Liang said to Chunzong as they hurried along. The person who made the bet with me seemed to be at odds with me, but that's not the case. We're actually on good terms. The 80 lower ministers are all at the Lemeters of the Lemeters of the middle ministers. 2 of them are at the Lemeters of the earthly spirit realm and the profound heaven realm. I heard that the 5 grand ministers are all at the advanced stage of the profound heaven realm. There were many people in the Demon Slayers division, but every one of them was an elite among the elites. Every one of them had unique talents and abilities. Ordinary warriors couldn't compare to them. What surprised Chunzong was that 2 of the 60 middle ministers were at the Lemeters of the middle ministers. One of them was Murongzhen. Chunzong had heard the chief mention this before, but he didn't know who the other person was. One of the 2 middle ministers at the Lemeters of the Lemeters of the Lemeters of the demonic race. He's a half-demon. Xiang Liang said frankly and confidently, but he used the sound transmission technique so that no one else could hear him. Brother Chun, have you heard of the half-demons? The half-demons were originally born from the demonic race and the human race. They have the appearance of a human race and some of the demonic race's blood. They can practice demonic ability and some demonic martial arts. But because their appearance and blood are not pure enough, the half-demons are not recognized by the demonic race. They are regarded as a lowly race by the demonic race. A long time ago, the half-demons were also not recognized by the human race because they have the blood of the demonic race. But when the demonic race attacked the Earth's surface, the half-demons also fought against the demonic race. In the end, they paid a great price to defeat the demonic race. After that, the half-demons were truly recognized by the human race. However, not all of the human race recognized the half-demons, and not all of the half-demons recognized the human race. After all, the half-demons have the blood of the demonic race. Their talent and potential surpassed many of the human race when they were born. Therefore, many of the half-demons looked down on the human race. It was inevitable that conflicts would break out between the two sides. In the end, in order to avoid internal friction, the experts of the human race and the half-demons negotiated and divided an area for the half-demons. The half-demons also cultivated in that area. Murongjin's talent is so high that he is among the top of the half-demons. Even in the human race, he is at the top of the gods' favored son level. Xiangliang prays sincerely. As for Murongjin, I have met him several times. He is not easy to get along with and has an indifferent temperament. Moreover, he has an extraordinary determination and will to pursue power. He is a very scary person. Xiangliang's tone was full of fear. People who were obsessed with power or even paranoid about it had terrifying determination and will. They were willing to pay any price for power. If you were to make an enemy of such a person, you would be in big trouble unless you could kill him in one blow. Then what about the other person? Qinzong could not help but ask. The other person is called Wu Mayu, and Xiangliang said with a bitter smile on his face. Qinzong did not understand why. Murongjin is a half-demon, but Wu Mayu is a half-demon. Half-demon. Qinzong could not help but be startled. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a pure human race. As the name implied, the half-demon was born a long time ago from a powerful demonic race and the human race. It was said that when the demonic race reached a certain level of strength, they could transform into the appearance of a human and reproduce with a human. The half-demon who possessed the demonic race's bloodline had astonishing talent and potential, surpassing the majority of the human race. Like the half-demon race, the half-demon race also has their own territory, Xiangliang said. Qinzong looked at Wu Mayu, and Wu Mayu's figure was incomparably sturdy. He looked like a small hill. As he moved, the air around him was compressed, causing bursts of explosions. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. This kind of aura was different from the aura of spiritual energy and also different from the aura of demonic energy. The demonic race, who transformed from demonic beasts into humans, possessed powerful demonic energy. The half-demon race also cultivated demonic energy. In essence, both demonic energy and demonic energy surpassed the demonic energy of the human race. As if sensing Qinzong's gaze, Wu Mayu turned his head. When his eyes met with Qinzong's, a trace of sharpness shot out. That sharpness carried an astonishing pressure, causing Qinzong's expression to change slightly. Immediately after, Wu Mayu grinned at Qinzong and turned back. I have to say it's very sad. In our Demon Slayers division, there are only 2 extreme mortal realm martial artists in the middle division, but neither of them are humans. Xiangliang couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he was biased against races, but whether it was Murongjin or Wu Mayu, they weren't pure humans. It was inevitable that he felt helpless. Brother Chun, do you know why they were able to become middle division officers despite being extreme mortal realm martial artists? Xiangliang suddenly asked. Brother Xiang, please enlighten me, Qinzong said. Because they are both king-ranked martial artists. Xiangliang's expression was extremely serious and solemn. King-ranked. Qinzong froze and was shocked. Murongjin and Wu Mayu were actually both king-ranked formidable martial artists. This shocked Qinzong. However, thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If they weren't king-ranked formidable martial artists, how could they surpass the other extreme mortal realm martial artists and become middle secretaries? For example, his eldest senior brother Tang Guiyou was a king-ranked martial artist, but he was also a battle general. Many demon suppression soldiers couldn't compare to him. After all, almost all of the other battle generals were in the profound heaven realm. King-ranked. Qinzong muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. King-ranked martial artists. This was his first goal. Chapter 8:18. Outside the demon-suppressing fortress, waves of people flew past at an astonishing speed, heading towards the entrance of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Chunzong could clearly feel that the chaotic, demonic aura in the air was about 3 times denser than usual. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, figures rushed into the door and entered the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Chunzong also appeared in the demon-suppressing camp of the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. He immediately felt a different aura from before. In the rich spiritual aura of heaven and earth, there was an extreme sense of desolation. At a glance, he could see a black mass in front of him. Various lights were constantly flashing and blood was raining down. This was not the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss at all, but an Azura killing field. The demon-suppressing sergeants formed battle formations and were constantly fighting against the demonic creatures that were surging from the front. There were too many demonic creatures, and all of them were low-level demonic creatures. They were powerful and fearless as they pounced crazily, putting a lot of pressure on the demon-suppressing sergeants. These demonic creatures were from the second and third levels of the Earth Demon Abyss. Their powerful strength and fearless spirit, as well as their cooperation with each other, allowed them to better deal with the demon-suppressing sergeants. The demon-suppressing sergeants could no longer slaughter them like they did in the first level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Chunzong was a little stunned, because this was the first time he had seen such a scene. At a glance, it was a black mass of demonic creatures that seemed to be innumerable. The demon-suppressing sergeants were surrounded, and some of the demonic creatures were constantly charging towards the camp. Some of the demon-suppressing sergeants formed battle formations to resist, and many demon hunters also formed a line of defense to resist the attacks of the demonic creatures. It could be seen that although the demon-suppressing sergeants were very powerful, their numbers were ultimately insufficient compared to the demonic creatures. They were less than 1,000th of the demonic creatures. His heart was beating wildly, and his pure yang blood qi was like a raging tide, rushing to every part of his body, bringing wave after wave of tyrannical power to his body. The desire to fight grew from the deepest part of his heart, and then it soared to the sky. Not only Chunzong, but also the others. Their breathing became rapid, their blood boiling, and their desire to fight soared to the sky. In such a place, such a battlefield, no one would not be affected. His fighting spirit soared into the sky, and his killing intent gradually grew. "Brother Chun, I'm going to make my move. Be careful." Xiang Liang's voice faded as he transformed into a stream of light and shot out of the camp. It wasn't just Xiang Liang who felt this way. Everyone else in the Demon Slayers division felt the same way. The Demon Slaying Division was different from the Demon Suppression Army. It was an organization independent of the Demon Suppression Army. Every member of the Demon Slaying Division was very powerful and had their own abilities. As for the Demon Slaying Division, they did not train like the Demon Suppression Army, nor did they have any special rules about how they should fight. Whether they should fight together or on their own was completely up to them. After all, the members of the Demon Slayers had different abilities. Sometimes, when they worked together, they might not be able to unleash their full strength. In the blink of an eye, 100 or so people from the Demon Slaying Department charged out of the camp, their hearts filled with killing intent as they charged towards the demon army. There were simply too many demonic creatures. Even if the Demon Suppression Army went all out, they would not be able to stop all of them. The target of the demonic creature army was very clear, and that was the Demon Suppression Camp. Only by breaking through this demon suppressing camp could they enter the surface layer and attack Blue Wave's continent. The ultimate goal of the demonic creatures was to enter Blue Wave's continent and invade it. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong leaped into the air like a swallow and rushed out of the demon suppression camp. While he was still in the air, the demon-slaying sword had already been unsheathed and slashed through the air. A pitch-black sword light stretched out like a crescent moon. It was filled with astonishing tension and sharpness. It seemed to tear the sky apart, leaving behind a pitch-black trace as it charged towards the demon army. Pucci, several low-level demonic creatures were cut in half by this pitch-black crescent moon sword light. They were instantly killed. Chunzong had chosen a place where there were fewer people. This way, he could display his strength to his heart's content without worrying about affecting others. After returning to the demon-slaying department and entering seclusion for more than half a year, his cultivation had improved significantly. He had also made progress on the path of the sword and in other aspects. Chunzong had long wanted to draw his sword and fight to his heart's content. However, at that time, he felt that he could continue to improve, so he restrained himself. Now that the demon-slaying department had set out on a mission, he had no choice but to take action. This was the perfect opportunity for him to display his strength to his heart's content. Thinking of this, he brandished his demon-slaying sword. It wasn't a profound sword move, but he compressed and condensed all of his strength into it without leaking the slightest bit. He displayed an incomparably astonishing control over his strength. With a slash of his sword, the sky was torn apart. The low-level demonic creatures, pouncing from the front and the left and right, were also cut in half at the waist in an instant. The sharpness of the mid-grade spirit artifact, demon-slaying sword, wasn't something that low-level demonic creatures could resist. Moreover, it was in the hands of Chunzong, who had profound attainments in the path of the sword. For a master of the path of the sword, having a sharp spirit sword was tantamount to giving a tiger wings. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, killing these low-level demonic creatures was like chopping vegetables and melons. At this time, a low-level 9th-rank demonic creature suddenly came out. Its sharp claws tore through the air. Whether it was the timing or the angle, it grasped it well. Its claws tore through the sky. As the terrifying demon chi surged, it seemed that it was going to tear Chunzong's body apart. The scarlet eyes of the low-level 9th-rank demonic creature also showed a touch of pride. Not long ago, it had used this move to kill several powerful humans. The feeling of its sharp claws tearing the body apart and watching the flesh and blood flying in front of its eyes was incomparably wonderful. Suddenly, the low-level 9th-rank demonic creature was slightly startled. Although its sharp claws tore the opponent's body apart, it didn't feel comfortable at all. It was as if what it tore apart was just a wisp of smoke or an illusion. Before it could react, a cold light bloomed in front of its scarlet eyes. It covered the dim sky as if it was the whole world. After that, it felt nothing. After killing the low-level 9th-rank demonic creature with one sword strike, Chunzong's expression was cold, but his heart was slightly stirred. If it was half a year ago, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to kill such a low-level 9th-rank demonic creature. If he didn't use his secret technique, he wouldn't have been able to kill it with one sword strike. Now, after half a year of bitter cultivation, whether it was the way of body cultivation or the way of chi cultivation, he had made significant breakthroughs. Coupled with the improvement in the way of the sword, Chunzong's strength had improved significantly compared to half a year ago. I wonder how big the gap is between my current strength and that of a king-ranked martial artist. Chunzong suddenly thought to himself. Half a year ago, the general secretary tested his sword with all his strength and said that his strength had reached the level of the strongest below the king-ranked. However, this strongest was actually somewhat exaggerated. In other words, there was a difference between the two levels. As long as it was obvious that he had surpassed the limit of the extreme 9th-tier human realm and had not reached the king-ranked, he could be considered the strongest below the king-ranked. The prodigies of the beast demon race and the blood demon race were the same. At this thought, Chunzong thought of Murongjun and Wumayun. They were the only two extreme mortal realm martial artists in the demon-slaying division who were in the middle division. They were also the only two king-ranked martial artists in the demon-slaying division. Perhaps he could see how strong they were. At this thought, Chunzong swung his sword and killed the demonic creatures as he scanned the area and found Murongjun's figure. Murong-jun was barehanded, and his body was like a ghost as he moved among the demonic creatures. Qinzong tried his best to squint his eyes, but he realized that he couldn't see Murong-jun's movements clearly. Vaguely, Murong-jun's hands seemed to be moving, but also seemed to be not. However, after Murong-jun passed by, the demonic creatures stood still as if they had been immobilized. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. One by one, the demonic creatures that had been standing still suddenly swayed and fell down in an orderly manner. It was as if they had been rehearsed. That sequence shocked Qinzong. What's more, every single one of the demonic creatures looked perfectly fine. What kind of technique is this? Qinzong was shocked and couldn't help but guess. However, he couldn't figure out what kind of technique Murong-jun had used to kill all those demonic creatures. Such a technique can only be seen from a closer look at the corpses of those demonic creatures. However, these demonic creatures were too weak. Murong-jun didn't even use much of his strength, Qinzong said to himself. Just now, Murong-jun's methods had indeed appeared to be profound and unfathomable. However, Qinzong knew that if he wanted to, he could also do something similar and make it look so easy. All this was because his opponents were too weak. Perhaps only low-grade, king-ranked demonic creatures could force Murong-jun to use his true strength. Only then could one see how strong a king-ranked martial artist was. Immediately, Qinzong continued to kill the demonic creatures as he searched for Wu Maiyuan. Before he could find Wu Maiyuan, Qinzong's gaze paused and landed on 2 identical figures. He was shocked. It was Xiang Liang. Brother Xiang once said that his innate talent was true clone. Is this the so-called true clone? Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself. At that moment, Xiang Liang had indeed become 2 people. No matter whether it was his appearance or his clothes, everything was exactly the same. His aura was also the same. What's more, it didn't seem to have weakened at all. In other words, after Xiang Liang used the true clone's innate talent, his strength wasn't affected at all. This was very scary. It was as if he had another version of himself at his peak. What's more, this true clone could use all of his martial arts and cultivation techniques, etc. Qinzong was very interested in this and started to observe carefully. After observing for a while, Qinzong could tell which was the real Xiang Liang and which was the true clone. Although the true clone's clothes were exactly the same as the real Xiang Liang, they weren't real. Instead, they were condensed from spirit qi. In other words, they were actually simulated using spirit qi. As he continued to observe, Qinzong became more and more surprised. Not only did the true clone master all of Xiang Liang's cultivation techniques and martial arts, but his attainments in them weren't bad at all. He was like another Xiang Liang. What's more, the true clone's coordination with Xiang Liang's real body was very good. This was undoubtedly the scariest part. Chapter 819. Xiang Liang's cultivation level was now at the extreme mortal realm 8th stage. With his true body, he was equivalent to 2 extreme mortal realm 9th stage martial artists. What's more, he was the kind of genius who could easily defeat ordinary extreme mortal realm 9th stage martial artists. With his perfect coordination, the power he could unleash was even more frightening. Qinzong knew that half a year ago, he did not have much confidence in defeating Xiang Liang. Looking past Xiang Liang, Qinzong saw another demon-slaying division junior. With a loud roar, his body seemed to inflate rapidly. From a person less than 7 meters tall, he became a 3-meter-tall giant. His entire body exuded a frightening aura. With a loud boom, the giant's fist was like a millstone. On its surface, there was a layer of energy that spun continuously, killing everything in its path. Under the giant's fist, the demonic creatures were instantly smashed into pieces. The fist force was like a dragon that continued to press forward. In an instant, 5 demonic creatures in a straight line were all smashed into pieces. There was another one that was surrounded by dozens of silver blades. Each blade seemed to be made of metal, and they emitted an astonishingly cold and sharp aura. However, they were also extremely light, as if they were feathers. Dozens of silver blades circled around him. Not only did they protect him, but they were also terrifying killing weapons. He moved among the demonic creatures. Once the demonic creatures came into contact with the silver blades, their defenses would be broken in an instant, and they would be cut apart and turned into pieces of meat. There was also someone riding a fire dragon. The flames burned fiercely, and wherever it passed, the terrifying heat burned the demonic creatures into large fireballs, which then turned into ashes. Another person was riding an ice bird that froze the surroundings. All the demonic creatures around were affected and became slow and stiff. Upon closer inspection, Chunzong realized that no matter whether it was the silver blades, the red fire dragon, or the blue ice bird, they all had a strong spirit force. Besides spirit force, there was another mysterious aura. Most of the people in the demon-slaying division had unique abilities. Even if they did not have any unique innate abilities, they were still better than others in certain aspects. For example, Chunzong was very perceptive. As his gaze swept across, Chunzong saw Wu Maiyuan, the other king-ranked martial artist in the demon-slaying division. Wu Maiyuan, who was tall and strong like a small hill, displayed a speed and agility that did not match his strong build. He looked like a giant ape with the agility of a small monkey. Wu Maiyuan nimbly dodged the attacks of several low-grade 9 demonic creatures and appeared behind a low-grade 9 demonic creature. Wu Maiyuan waved his millstone-like palm, bringing with it a burst of extremely violent wind and thunder. With a bang, the low-grade 9 demonic creature trembled, and its tyrannical body exploded in an instant. Not only did Wu Maiyuan have incredible speed and agility, but his physical strength was also frightening beyond compare. Killing low-grade 9th-tier demonic beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, this was still not the full extent of a king-ranked martial artist's strength. Once the dozens of demon slayers joined the battle, the pressure on the camp's defense was greatly reduced. After all, every single member of the demon slayers was at the late mortal extreme realm, and they had unique talents. They were more powerful than most demon suppression soldiers and demon hunters at the late mortal extreme realm. Kill. In this Azura killing field, death would befall them at any moment. Either the demonic creatures or the demon hunters died. The demon suppression army also suffered some losses. The demon-slaying division, on the other hand, did not suffer any losses. There were not many low-grade 9th stage demonic creatures in the army formed from the 2nd and 3rd level of the Earth Demon Abyss. Over here, an intense battle was going on. Near the Black Whirlpool on the 1st level of the Earth Demon Abyss, there were a few figures floating in the air. They were surrounded by a thick, chaotic, demonic aura. It was as if black clouds were shrouding the area, emitting a terrifying aura. Below them, figures kept falling from the Black Whirlpool. They were all from the demon race. The demon race members who fell from the Black Whirlpool immediately stood to one side and formed a neat formation. The demonic creatures in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels were only there to buy time for the real demon race army. Even if the demon suppression army knew about this, they could not do anything. The demon suppression army had limited numbers. Compared to the demon race, the difference was too big. Behind the demonic creatures, there was a group of demon race formidable martial artists. They were the ones who ordered the demonic creatures to attack the demon suppression camp. Summon the demonic drum. Seeing that it was difficult for the demonic creatures to defeat the enemy and break through the demon suppression camp, one of the demons spoke. All right, summon the demonic drum. The other demons agreed. Immediately, they attacked together. Suddenly, circles of ripples appeared in the air, as if something was about to emerge from the water. A smear of pitch black quietly appeared, inch by inch from the center of the ripple. It was a huge, round drum with a diameter of 100 meters. It was completely black, but if one looked closely, they would find that there were circles of rings on the drum. Each of the rings was almost black-red and emitted a shocking smell of blood. Following that, a huge black drum mallet appeared in the void and then fell. Beat the drum. At the command, the huge drumstick seemed to be held by an invisible hand. It was raised and hit the drum with great force. Dong! As the drum vibrated, a shocking sound suddenly sounded. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out in an instant, like waves rolling in all directions. Dong! 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 With the beating of the huge drumstick, layers of ripples continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, it swept past the demonic creatures. The demonic creatures that were swept by the ripples paused. Immediately, earth-shattering roars sounded. A terrifying aura erupted from the bodies of the demonic creatures like a volcanic eruption. Boom! 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 The shocking momentum shook the heavens and the earth. Every demonic creature's body seemed to expand, becoming even more terrifying. Oh no, it's the demonic drum. It's the demonic drum. The demonic drum was refined from the skin of a high 7th rank demonic creature, and the essence of the creature's flesh and blood was integrated into it. The drumstick was also refined from the creature's bones. Both the demonic drum and the drumstick were demonic weapons comparable to supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Although the demonic drum was a top-quality demonic tool, it didn't have any offensive or defensive capabilities. However, it had a frightening ability, which was to stimulate the potential of a demonic creature, allowing them to possess strength that surpassed their limits for a certain period of time, making them even more terrifying. If there were only a small number of demonic creatures, the effect of the demonic drum would be relatively weak. However, when there were a large number of demonic creatures and they formed an army, the demonic drum's effect was extremely terrifying. The demonic army that had been stimulated to become even more powerful would erupt with amazing strength. Under the demonic drum, the remaining tens of thousands of demonic creatures in the army were stimulated and their strength skyrocketed. Shenzong's face was solemn. He could clearly feel that the aura of the demonic creatures surrounding him was at least 30% stronger and at most 50% stronger. A 30% increase was basically equivalent to the strength after using the secret technique. A 50% increase was even more terrifying. Screams sounded continuously. They were the screams of many demon hunters being killed. Under the demonic drum, the demonic creatures became even more terrifying after their potential was stimulated. With the increase in pressure, Chunzong could not be as relaxed as before. He did not dare to be distracted and concentrated on resisting and killing the demonic creatures. After their potential was stimulated, not only did the demonic creatures become more powerful, but they also became more frenzied. Countless demonic creatures attacked from all directions, wanting to tear Chunzong into pieces. Chunzong waved his sword to defend and kill the demonic creatures. At the same time, he constantly changed his body shape to avoid the attacks of the demonic creatures. However, as time passed and the number of demonic creatures increased, it was inevitable that he would be careless. Fortunately, the devil-slaying device was a mid-level spiritual weapon. It could resist and weaken the attacks to a large extent and protect Chunzong from harm. Otherwise, Chunzong would have been seriously injured, if not killed. The members of the demon-slaying division had at least a mid-level spiritual weapon to protect themselves. Therefore, when facing the violent demonic creatures, they did not die. In fact, very few of them were even injured. However, most of the demon hunters did not have such a weapon to protect themselves. In a short period of time, the casualties increased greatly. Even the demon suppression army suffered heavy casualties. The appearance of the demonic drum means that a real demonic army has been dispatched. Are the demonic creatures crazy? In the sky above the demon suppression camp, a few figures stood out of thin air. They were surrounded by the power of wind and thunder. It was extremely shocking. These people were the profound heaven realm experts of the demon suppression army. They were all staring ahead with serious expressions. They could only see a demonic drum floating in the void in the distance. Further away was a black fog. Even with the eyesight of the profound heaven realm experts, they could not see through it. They could only vaguely feel that there seemed to be something in the black fog. Combined with the demonic drum, they could infer that the real demonic army was inside the fog. In the past, demonic waves would at most be the attacks of the demonic creatures from the first to the third level of the Earth Demon Abyss. However, this demonic wave was obviously different. This is no longer a demonic wave. Perhaps it's a demonic disaster. A profound heaven realm expert frowned and said with a serious expression, "Demonic disaster." When the other profound heaven realm experts heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have thought of something and were extremely shocked. Demonic disaster. These two words represented terror. It was something that made people fearful. The sound of the demonic drum rang out continuously. Not only did it stimulate the potential of the demonic creatures, but it also made them stronger. At the same time, a series of orderly footsteps rang out from the black fog. The ground also started to shake because of this. As if an earthquake was coming, the black fog kept changing and spreading. The first row of figures also appeared from the black fog. Their tall and strong figures were clad in black armor. They were like iron towers, exuding an extremely cold aura. They moved forward in an orderly manner, like a violent and overbearing black wave. The demonic army. It's really the demonic army. It's the demonic beast army. This kind of formation, this kind of armor, could it be? It's really the demonic disaster army. If it's the demonic disaster army, then this time, Chapter 820. With a boom, the powerful force hit Shenzong's body, but was blocked by the devil-slaying device. The devil-slaying device creaked as if it was hit by a gust of wind, and layers of ripples spread out. The power of this attack was so strong that even the devil-slaying device could not completely block it. A small part of it still hit Shenzong's body, which made Shenzong's expression change slightly. He flexed his muscles and undulated the power of the attack. At the same time, he retreated slightly to further dissipate the power. At the same time, several attacks came from all directions, trying to smash Shenzong into pieces. Infinity illusion. Shenzong's figure flashed, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. After dodging the attacks, the devil-slaying sword slashed through the air. Heaven Scar. Shenzong's sword tore through the sky and killed a few demonic creatures around him. However, his eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes that were filled with violent killing intent could be seen clearly in the black fog. The terrifying attack just now was the work of this demonic creature. Black Fog Demonic Beast. After its potential was stimulated, the strength of this low-level 9th rank monster was doubled, and it became extremely terrifying. It had become a formidable opponent from being easy to kill. The Black Fog Demonic Beast was surprised that it did not kill Shenzong with one attack. Immediately, it launched another attack. It turned into a dense black fog and rushed toward Shenzong as if it was hit by a gust of wind. Whistling sounds continued to reverberate in Shenzong's ears. When the figure of the Black Fog Devil Beast arrived in front of Shenzong, it suddenly exploded with a bang sound. It turned into a black fog that filled the sky and rapidly surrounded Shenzong. In the black fog, a scarlet light full of killing intent approached. Immediately, Shenzong felt his hair stand on end. Many attacks came from all directions. This time, the Black Fog Demonic Beast attacked with all its might. With a serious expression, Shenzong spread his soul sense around and raised it to the maximum to capture all the attacks of the Black Fog Demonic Beast. He swung his sword. Without missing anything, the devil-slaying sword blocked all the attacks of the Black Fog Demonic Beast. Heaven Scar. With a slash of the sword, the black fog was split apart, as well as the pair of scarlet eyes. The scar of the heavens unleashed by the Demon Slayer sword was incomparably terrifying. Unless it was a mid-level demon, it would be difficult to resist. He quickly took out some medicinal pills and consumed them to help him recover his strength. Otherwise, in such a battle, his strength would be constantly depleted. He had already recovered more than half of his strength. Furthermore, there were still a lot of demonic creatures. If he waited until his energy was depleted before he could recover, it would be too late. Pressure. The omnipresent pressure assaulted them, making it hard for them to breathe. At this time, some people had exhausted most of their energy and hurriedly retreated into the demon suppression camp to recover their energy and mind. Those who were injured could also retreat into the camp to recuperate. The existence of the demon suppression camp was, to a large extent, a powerful backup for the demon suppression army, the demon hunters, and even the demon slaying division. Without the demon suppression camp, the human side would have suffered even more casualties. In this battle, the Battle Dragon Division and Piercing Dragon Division of the Demon Suppression Army were dispatched to fight against the Demon Army. The Hidden Dragon Division participated in the battle while scouting the situation. As for the Diligent Dragon Division, they were in charge of healing the injured. Everyone, listen to my orders. Retreat to the camp. A majestic voice suddenly rang out, majestically entering everyone's ears. Chunzong and the others were slightly startled. Immediately after, they reacted quickly. After killing the demonic creatures around them, they quickly retreated. The Demon Suppression Army also retreated. However, they didn't retreat in a hurry. Instead, they retreated in an orderly manner, both offensively and defensively. This way, there wouldn't be any unnecessary losses. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The demon army charged forward in a frenzy. Under the demonic drum, the demonic creature's potential was stimulated. They became stronger and harder to kill. Now, there were more than 10,000 of them. These 10,000 were all lower level 7, level 8, and level 9 demonic creatures. If they wanted to kill all of them, they would have to pay a hefty price. All the members of the Demon Slaying Division, Demon Hunters, and Demon Suppression Army retreated into the camp. At the same time, the 8 Demon Suppression Pillars in the Demon Suppression camp suddenly trembled. A faint white ripple spread out. The ripple was filled with an astonishing expansion power. In an instant, it hit the 10,000 demonic creatures, causing them to stop in their tracks. They couldn't advance any further, let alone chase after the Demon Suppression Army. Chunzong couldn't help but widen his eyes. This demon suppression camp actually had such power that it could stop the advance of the demon suppression army. Activate the demon killing cannons. Once again, a cold and murderous voice rang out in the sky. Demon killing cannons? While Chunzong was still puzzled by this, the white ball of light at the top of one of the demon suppression pillars suddenly trembled violently. From the deepest part of the ball of light, a white light quickly condensed. Like a raging wave, it quickly spread out and filled the entire ball of light. Immediately after, the intense and dazzling white light covered the ball of light. The ball of light also stopped trembling. Then it suddenly trembled again. Boom! It was as if the void was collapsing. The shocking sound was incomparably violent. It reverberated through the heavens and earth. Apart from the sharp and mighty roar, nothing else could be heard. Even the roars of the 10,000 demonic creatures seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The 10,000 demonic creatures bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they roared. However, there was no sound at all. It was like a comical pantomime. A ball of incandescent light, about a meter in diameter, instantly shot out from the ball of light at the top of the demon suppression pillar. It was indescribably fast. In an instant, it crossed 10,000 meters. It was like a light cannon, like a white shooting star. This light was like a ball of light condensed from the sun. It was extremely domineering. This light was too dazzling, making it hard for people to look straight at it. Even with Chunzong's outstanding eyesight, he had no choice but to close his eyes. Otherwise, he would feel as if his eyes were being blinded. Even with his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to see the incomparably bright white light. Boom, boom, boom. A series of blazing roars sounded continuously. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The earth shook continuously. After more than 10 breaths, the roars stopped. The earth also stopped shaking. It was as if everything had returned to normal. Shenzong opened his eyes. The white light disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a vast expanse of whiteness. It was as if a white fog had filled the air. After a few more breaths, the white fog dissipated. Shenzong suddenly gasped. His eyes were wide open. His face was full of shock. His heart was beating uncontrollably. It was gone. The tens of thousands of ferocious demonic beasts that were chasing and temporarily blocked had all disappeared. It was as if they had never been there in the first place. However, on the ground, there were huge pits that were 100 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. It was a constant reminder of the horror that had just happened. Demon killing cannon. These words flashed through Shenzong's mind. 10,000 demonic creatures were turned into ashes by the demon killing cannon. Not a single trace of them was left. They completely disappeared. What kind of power was this? It was unimaginable. Shenzong suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the demon suppression pillar. He saw that the white ball of light had disappeared. Perhaps that was the price to pay for using the demon suppression cannon. He carefully sensed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the demon suppression camp seemed to have weakened significantly. The cost of cultivating the demon suppression camp is very high, especially the cost of the 8 demon suppression pillars. It is extremely shocking. This demon suppression cannon seems to be a one-time consumable item. No wonder it was not used before. Shenzong could not help but think to himself, if the demon suppression cannon was not a one-time consumable item and could be used multiple times and the cost was not that high, the demon suppression army would not even need to do anything. They could directly wipe out the demonic army. There were a total of 8 demon suppression pillars. That meant that there were only 7 left. Everyone, try your best to recover your strength and injuries. Next, there will be more dangerous enemies. The majestic voice rang out again. Instantly, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They were extremely shocked. These demonic creatures were already very scary. They had caused great losses to the human race. Unexpectedly, there were even more terrifying enemies coming. For a moment, many people felt a heavy pressure on their hearts and found it difficult to breathe. The demonic army is just cannon fodder. Their purpose is to deplete our strength. What will come next is the real demonic army. And this time, it is most likely the demon disaster army. You must be prepared to die. Although they did not know what kind of army the demon disaster army was, the moment they heard this name, everyone's expression changed. An extreme chill surged up their spines and spread throughout their bodies. It seeped into their souls and made them shudder. It was as if this was a taboo. Shenzong's expression was grave. The 2 words demon disaster made him feel terrified for no reason. It seemed to be a terrifying existence. Devil calamity, devil calamity, devil calamity. How terrifying would it be if it was called a disaster? However, the fact that everyone was able to survive showed that they had strong wills. After the shock, they immediately sat down cross-legged and tried to recover their strength. They wanted to be in their best condition before the so-called demon disaster army arrived. Only then could they better defend against the so-called demon disaster army. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere in the demon suppression camp was extremely cold. It was as if the air had frozen. Everyone felt a heavy pressure on their hearts. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their hearts. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He spat out a white breath, which shot out like an arrow from a bow. Shenzong stood up. His strength had completely recovered, and he seemed to have improved. Sure enough, this kind of battle of life and death can better stimulate one's potential. Shenzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly. He could not help but feel a bit of anticipation and a bit of battle intent. Demon Disaster Army. Come on then. Unknowingly, Shenzong held the Demon Slayer's sword tightly in his hand. He was going to use the Demon Slayer sword to fight the so-called terrifying Demon Disaster Army. The 3rd Army's Battle Dragon Division's 8th Column reporting in. The 5th Army's Piercing Dragon Division's 3rd Column reporting in. The 4th Army's Battle Dragon Division's 5th Column reporting in. At this moment, batches of Demon Suppression Army soldiers walked out from the door. Each batch had 100 people, which was the number of columns. Chapter 821. The Demon Suppression Army is on the move. Murong Zhen's eyes flashed as he looked at the reporting columns. Afterwards, under his orders, the Demon Suppression Army columns lined up. Every single column formed a small line of defense. As they intersected with each other, they formed a large line of defense in a disorderly fashion. This would allow them to better fend off the enemy. They all stared ahead as if they wanted to see through it. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the sound of the horn sounded. It was filled with desolation, as if the world was crying out in sorrow. When it reached everyone's ears, they felt their scalps go numb. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the drum resounded through heaven and earth, resonating with the sound of the horn. Bang, bang, bang. A series of orderly sounds came from afar, from far to near, from weak to strong. It was rhythmic. Everyone could feel that the ground was starting to shake. The shaking was getting stronger and stronger. Their hearts trembled as they focused on the front. They could vaguely see a black wave rolling towards them at a uniform speed. Even though they were far away, the moment they saw the black wave, they felt a sense of oppression. It was hard to breathe. Chunzong's pupil shrank. He stared at it like a needle. He wanted to see it clearly, but he could only see a black wave that was getting closer. As the black wave got closer, the cold, solemn, and oppressive feeling in the air became more and more intense. The sound of the horn and the sound of the demonic drum made the black wave look even more terrifying. It was as if it was the tide of the end of the world. Wherever it passed, all life would be extinguished. Is that the demon disaster army? Chunzong said in a voice that only he could hear. He had not really come into contact with it. Just seeing it for the first time gave him an indescribable sense of horror. It was as if the tide of the end of the world was rolling towards him. It was extremely terrifying. Chunzong thought that even if he used all his strength, he would still be as weak as an ant in front of the tide of the end of the world. He would not be able to resist it at all. Even if he was 10 times stronger, there would only be one outcome when facing the tide of the end of the world. He would be completely crushed. Is this the so-called demon disaster army? Chunzong could not help but ask himself again. He took a deep breath. His chest felt as if it was about to explode. A shocking heat spread in his chest like a raging flame. That was battle intent. In the face of such a terrifying army, Chunzong's first reaction was shock. Then it was not fear or dread, but the desire to fight. The desire to fight came from the bottom of his heart. It was so strong that it soared into the sky. Just like Chunzong, everyone in the demon-slaying division was filled with fighting spirit. It was the same for the demon-suppressing army. Their fighting spirits soared into the sky and collided with each other in the void, as if they were about to materialize. Under the influence of the fighting spirit, everyone was fearless. They only had the determination and belief to fight the demons with all their strength. Demon killing cannon. With another order, Chunzong was shocked. He was going to activate the demon killing cannons again. Out of the remaining 7 demon suppressing pillars, the light balls on 3 of the demon suppressing pillars shone with astonishing light. A dot of white light lit up from the deepest part of the demon suppressing pillar. This scene made Chunzong even more shocked. Previously, he had only used the power of one demon-suppressing pillar to deal with the 10,000 berserk demonic creatures. Now he was actually using the power of 3 demon-suppressing pillars. Boom, 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 boom. Earth-shattering explosions sounded. Everyone had no choice but to close their eyes again. That kind of light was too blazing. It was so blazing that they couldn't look at it directly. Beams of blazing white light with a diameter of 1 meter were like meteors. With a flame tail that was a few meters long, they pierced through the sky at an astonishing speed. It was like a white meteor shower. With terrifying power and destruction, they bombarded the demon-suppressing army. Roar! The demonic beasts in the demon-suppressing army took a step forward. Like pillars descending from the heavens, they stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. As dust flew up, waves of violent and tyrannical aura rose from the demonic beasts' bodies and soared into the sky. Black light filled the air. That was the demonic energy of the demonic beasts. Along with the surging aura, the demonic energy left their bodies and quickly exploded. Then it joined together in the sky above the demon-suppressing army. It was like a thick and simple dark cloud was spreading out. It stretched for hundreds of miles and covered the sky. Like a meteor shower, it bombarded the thick and simple dark cloud. Boom, boom, boom. The moment each blazing white meteor hit the dark cloud, it immediately exploded. Dazzling white flames burst out. The flames were like blooming flowers, instantly engulfing everything within 100 meters. Just now, tens of thousands of berserk demonic beasts were destroyed by this kind of explosion. Not even their corpses were left. But at this moment, the demonic beasts of the demon-suppressing army used their own power to fuse with each other and form a special kind of defense to resist the attack of the demon-killing cannons. This kind of method was closely related to the armor they were wearing. It was because of the guidance of the armor that they were wearing. Boom, boom. Streaks of blazing white demon-killing cannons bombarded the dark clouds like meteors, causing them to explode one after another. The terrifying explosive force wreaked havoc within 100 meters, destroying the dark clouds. However, the destroyed dark clouds were quickly replenished and healed again. However, some of the dark clouds were not replenished in time after being blasted apart. Part of the power of the demon-killing cannons poured out. The terrifying power was simply unstoppable. In an instant, all the demonic beasts within a radius of tens of meters were killed. The violent explosions lasted for more than 10 breaths before stopping. The white balls of light on the 3 demon-suppressing columns also dissipated. The power was completely exhausted. Everyone opened their eyes and could see that the black wave in front of them was still there. How is this possible? Chunzong was inexplicably shocked. Just now, the demon-killing cannons released by the demon-suppressing columns were able to kill tens of thousands of berserk demonic beasts of the 7th, 8th, and 9th rank. But this time, the demon-killing cannons released by the 3 demon-suppressing columns were unable to exterminate the demon-suppressing army. It even seemed that there were no casualties. As his pupils rapidly contracted, Chunzong further realized the terror of the demon-suppressing army. Compared to the previous demon-suppressing army, it was many times more tyrannical. In fact, it was not that the demon-suppressing army did not suffer any casualties. Under the bombardment of the demon-killing cannons, they also lost thousands of demonic beasts. It was just that there were so many demonic beasts, tens of thousands of them, that it was difficult to see the number of casualties. Suddenly, a sharp cry tore through the sky, as if countless goshawks had taken flight. Behind the demon-suppressing army, a black mass of figures flew out. The Winged Demon Clan. The Demonic Beast Clan and the Winged Demon Clan were the most numerous clans in the demon-suppressing army. Their warriors were often the main force of the demon-suppressing army. Once the war started, the Demonic Beast Clan and the Winged Demon Clan would usually be the first to launch the attack. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts and winged demons sped up and rapidly approached the demon-suppressing camp. Great demon-killing cannons. At the command, the remaining 4 balls of light on the demon-suppressing columns trembled once again. A white light emerged from the deepest part of the demon-suppressing columns. In an instant, the entire ball of light emitted a dazzling light. Shortly after, the 4 balls of light flew up one after another and collided with each other in the sky above the demon-suppressing camp. Astonishing fluctuations of aura burst out and ripples spread out in all directions. Under the astonishing aura, everyone's attention was attracted. One after another, they looked up and saw that the 4 balls of light in the sky had unexpectedly merged with each other in the midst of the collision, turning into an even bigger ball of light. It emitted an even more dazzling white light. as if a white sun was suspended in the sky. With a bang, a white light of several meters in diameter instantly shot out, dragging a flame tail that was more than 10 meters long. It turned into a fiery meteor, breaking through the sky at an astonishing speed and bombarding the demon-suppressing army. Bang! 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 Fiery meteors of several meters in diameter pierced through the sky one after another and bombarded the demon-suppressing army like a fiery meteor shower. The might of this demon-suppressing cannons was several times more tyrannical than the previous ones. The winged demon-suppressing army shrieked one after another. Along with the astonishing sound waves of demonic energy surged out and rapidly spread out, connecting into a large area, slanting in front of the winged demon-suppressing army and protecting the demonic beast below. The first fiery meteor hit the dark cloud and instantly exploded. Like a blooming lotus, it swept out in an instant, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. The terrifying power directly blasted a 100-meter hole in the dark cloud. Before it could be replenished, the power poured out and bombarded the hole. The great demon-suppressing cannon's might was even more terrifying. In an instant, a large area of winged demon-suppressing army was annihilated. Even the demonic beasts below were affected, causing a large number of casualties. There wasn't just one great demon exterminating cannon. Instead, there were multiple great demon exterminating cannons bombarding the winged demons, exploding one after another. The terrifying power instantly shattered the dark clouds that the winged demons had created. 10 breaths. The great demon suppressing cannon's duration was a little shorter, only 10 breaths of time. In these 10 breaths of time, the great demon suppressing cannon shot out a total of 30 beams of light. Each beam of light annihilated at least 100 winged demon suppressing army and demonic beasts. When the great demon suppressing cannon stopped firing, the winged demon suppressing army had lost more than 4,000 men, and the demonic beasts had lost nearly 2,000 men. At this point, the power of the 8 demon-suppressing columns had been completely exhausted. The world's spiritual chi in the demon-suppressing camp had also dropped to the lowest level, not even 1/10 of its usual level. Moreover, after the power of the 8 demon-suppressing columns was exhausted, they could no longer play a protective role. If everyone couldn't resist the attack of the demon-suppressing army, the camp would undoubtedly be destroyed. Once the camp was destroyed, the demon-suppressing army would be able to enter the surface through the exit and truly attack the Blue Waves continent. This would bring a great disaster to the Blue Waves continent. The people were plunged into an abyss of misery and countless casualties. All demon-suppressing army, listen to my order. Form the demon-slaughtering great formation and kill without mercy. With a command, all the demon-suppressing army columns moved once again. Their trajectories were mysterious, and they left crisscrossing marks on the ground, dazzling everyone. Chapter 822. Kill, kill, kill. In the air, there seemed to be shouts of killing that filled the heavens and earth. It seemed to be an ancient killing intent. In the sky above the demon-slaying array, the killing intent that the demon suppression sergeants gave out kept clashing and merging. It was as though a huge beast was entrenched and staring ahead. Its killing intent was surging like waves. In the sky, many figures stood and stared ahead. The demon race actually has such means to defend against the demon-killing cannons. Originally, the demon-killing cannons should be able to destroy the demon race's vanguard first and reduce the pressure on our army. Now, it seems like we can only fight them head-on. Instantly, all the generals looked grave. If they fought head-on, the demon suppression army would suffer a lot of losses. It should be known that the demon suppression army had 5 armies. The War Dragon tribe and the Thorn Dragon tribe only had about 100,000 soldiers. Including the Hidden Dragon tribe and the Diligent Dragon tribe, there were less than 200,000 soldiers. It sounded like a lot, but it was accumulated over many years. After all, the demon suppression army selection process was very strict. Every year, only a few hundred people could enter the Demon Suppression Army. Including the losses, the Demon Suppression Army had accumulated less than 200,000 soldiers. Now, the demon race's vanguard added up to almost 100,000 soldiers. They were very aggressive and would cause many casualties to the Demon Suppression Army. However, even if all the Demon Suppression sergeants here died, they had to fight the demon race's army and stop them from advancing. Tens of thousands of Demon Suppression sergeants formed a demon-slaying array and waited for the Demon Disaster Army's vanguard to come closer. Dong dong dong. The sound of uniform footsteps could be heard, and it was getting more and more intense. The terrifying aura also continued to attack like an endless wave. The winged demons in the sky charged forward like arrows leaving the bowstring. Immediately, the winged demons waved their hands and held a 2-meter-long black spear. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp and shone with a chilling light. The leader of the winged demons gave the order. Instantly, tens of thousands of winged demons raised their arms and used their bodies as bows and spears as arrows. They gathered all their strength and stretched it to the maximum. Fire! Extremely sharp sounds rang out. Streaks of cold, pitch-black light flickered in the air like a black meteor shower. Every spear carried terrifying power as they shot through the air towards the Demon Suppression soldiers. The vanguard of the Devil Legion was made up of low-level demons. Even the weakest of them had reached low-level 7th rank. The spear that they threw with their full strength was terrifying. Tens of thousands of densely packed black cold lights pierced through the air like a murderous rainstorm. This scene made Chun Zong and the others gasp and their scalps tingle. Horrifying, it was really too horrifying. Even Morong Jinwu and Ma Yuan could not help but be shocked. Even with their king-ranked martial skills, it was hard for them to face such an attack. The power of each spear was enough to kill an ordinary 7th-tier human realm warrior. Roar! In the sky above the demon-suppressing army, the enormous beast figure that was agglomerated from countless murderous auras suddenly emitted an earth-shaking roar. A frightening sound wave surged and charged out. When it swept past the tens of thousands of long black spears, it caused the speed of the long black spears to abruptly decrease. Their strength was also weakened because of this. When the black spears fell, the demon suppression soldiers blocked them and were unable to cause any casualties. This scene made Chen Zong and the others heave a sigh of relief. As expected of the demon suppression army, their methods were indeed extraordinary. Even though the first attack was ineffective, the winged demons did not give up. They took out another black spear and raised their arms. Once again, they poured all their strength into the spears. The spears kept shaking, and black demonic energy seemed to be surging. Below, on the ground, the demonic Beast Clan's warriors took a step forward and madly charged forward. Boom! Boom! As the demonic beast's army charged, the ground shook more and more violently. Their momentum was shocking, and terrifying auras surged out. Roars came from every demonic beast's mouth, and they seemed to be getting more and more violent. The murderous aura overflowed like the sea. Shinzong could not help but widen his eyes. The demonic beast's army was finally closing in and was about to come into direct contact with the demon suppression army. Kill! Following that, a strong air-piercing sound rang out again. More and more black spears shot out from the sky. The demonic beast's army also charged forward at the same time. Their incomparably violent power shattered the ground in front of them. Dark, domineering, frenzied, destroying everything. Kill! The tens of thousands of demon suppression soldiers shouted in unison. They lifted their feet and took a heavy step forward. There was a loud boom that shook the heavens and the earth. An extremely terrifying aura also erupted. The huge beast in the sky roared again, and the heavy sound waves once again weakened the long spear that was shooting towards them. The demon slaughtering array was activated. Tens of thousands of spears were all shattered by the terrifying power. tens of thousands of demon suppression soldiers charged towards the charging demonic beast's army. With a loud boom, the sky and earth darkened. Everyone in the demon suppression camp only felt that the world in front of them was being invaded by black and white. In their ears, there was only an incomparably sharp boom that seemed to be coming from the farthest horizon. It made them feel absent-minded. Their minds swayed, and they felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. This feeling seemed to last for a long time, but in fact, it was only a short moment. The moment everyone woke up, they saw the demon suppression soldiers and the demonic beast's army bombarding each other. That feeling was like two huge waves colliding. Bursts of shattering sounds rang out, accompanied by flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was incomparably cruel. The demon suppression soldiers operated the demon slaughtering array to the extreme, resisting the charge of the demonic beast's army. As it continued to operate, it was like a wheel full of blades, crazily strangling the demonic beasts. Batches of demonic beasts were torn apart. The winged demons in the sky did not take out their black spears again. Instead, they quickly scattered, forming a circle, and swooped down from the sky. Every winged demon stirred up their demonic energy. Black demonic energy covered their bodies, and they fell like black meteors, forming a pincer attack with the demonic beast's army in the air and on the ground. Suddenly, the slaughtering demon great formation changed again. The demon suppression sergeant's footsteps changed, rapidly contracting and expanding. Like a blade flower, they not only blocked the attack of the demonic beast clan's army, but also blocked the attack of the winged demon clan's army from the sky. The demon slaughtering array was originally created by the demon suppression army to deal with the demonic beast's army. The demonic beasts had their own talents. Their physique was extremely strong, and the might of their demonic energy was astounding. These were all things that the demonic beasts couldn't compare to, and were the demonic beasts' innate advantages. However, the demonic beasts also had their own unique abilities. For example, the Tao of Battle Formations was an ability that the demonic beasts hadn't grasped. The Tao of Battle Formations could gather everyone's strength and make them stronger. It could better defend against strong enemies and even kill them. Whether it was the tens of thousands of demon suppression soldiers or the winged demon's army, they were all in the extreme mortal realm. As for the earth spirit realm, they had yet to appear. How terrifying! The demonic beast's army from before is on a completely different level compared to this one. We can't interfere in this kind of battle at all. Within the demon suppression camp, the demon hunters' faces were filled with shock as they spoke in low voices. Chunzong and the others also had the same feeling. Compared to the demonic beast attack just now, it was as simple as a child's play. When the demonic beast's army attacked, everyone could still help the demon suppression army. However, at this moment, other than the demon suppression army that formed the demon slaughtering array, everyone else was reduced to spectators. They could only stay within the camp and watch. They couldn't interfere at all because they couldn't find any opportunity to do so. This kind of battle was incomparably intense. It was the intertwining of blood and fire. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Battle intent soared to the sky, and the killing intent shocked the world. Everyone in the camp couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. Everyone's breathing quickened as battle intent continuously gathered in their bodies. It was as if their bodies were about to explode. Kill, kill, kill. Many demon hunters had weaker willpower. They couldn't help but shout out battle cries. Only by doing so could they vent part of their battle intent and killing intent. Battle intent would undoubtedly increase one's battle intent and strength. However, if it was too strong and couldn't be vented, it would only cause one's body to explode. It was an invisible but terrifying force. Some demon hunters couldn't withstand the battle intent that was surging in their bodies and suffered internal injuries. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces quickly turned pale and their auras weakened. Things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Without a way to vent, one would be harmed. The battle intent surged in their bodies and soared to the sky like a long sword piercing through the sky. Such battle intent was almost condensed into a substance, but Shenzong could still withstand it. However, he really wanted to draw his sword and kill the demons. However, he couldn't do so. Firstly, he couldn't find any opportunity to intervene. Secondly, he could interfere with the demon-slaughtering array. Otherwise, he would be killed by the demon-slaughtering array. The beasts and winged demons weren't afraid of death. However, compared to the demonic beasts, they were more intelligent and harder to deal with. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked and collapsed. Countless holes appeared. Pieces of flesh and blood were scattered in all directions. An extremely pungent smell of blood filled the air. This was an Azura's killing field. Serpent Dragon Tribe, move out. As soon as the order was given, suddenly, several thousand people rushed out from the left and right sides of the demon suppression camp. Each one of them was astonishingly fast. They silently flew out like phantoms. Shenzong and the others were frightened. Before this, they didn't sense that there were other people hiding in the camp. Unexpectedly, there were several thousand of them. Serpent Dragon Tribe. Shenzong couldn't help muttering. The Demon Suppression Army was divided into the War Dragon Tribe and the Serpent Dragon Tribe. The War Dragon Tribe was like a warrior, and their main task was to fight head-on. Those who formed the Demon Slaughtering Array to fight against the beasts and winged demons were the sergeants of the War Dragon Tribe. Now, the forgotten sergeants of the Serpent Dragon Tribe had also moved out. Compared to the War Dragon Tribe, the sergeants of the Serpent Dragon Tribe were more mysterious. On one side, there were several thousand people. Each one of them was extremely fast. They flew out like the wind and smoke, attacking the beasts from the left and right sides. Shenzong and the others felt that they couldn't intervene because they couldn't find any opportunity. However, in the eyes of the sergeants of the Serpent Dragon Tribe, there seemed to be opportunities everywhere. Chapter 823. Looking down from the sky, the two legions of the Serpentine Dragon Tribe were like two sharp blades, piercing into the demonic beast army from the left and right. Every soldier of the Serpentine Dragon Tribe was like the incarnation of the Grim Reaper, holding a sharp blade, piercing into the bodies of the demonic beasts, tearing their flesh apart. For a moment, all kinds of sounds of flesh being torn apart were heard, making people's hair stand on end. The Winged Demon Tribe's army also split into two, attacking the soldiers of the Serpentine Dragon Tribe on the left and right respectively. Using the advantage of the high altitude, they restrained the Serpentine Dragon Tribe's soldiers and relieved the pressure on the demonic beast army. Flesh and blood were flying in the air, and death was approaching like a storm. Whether it was the demonic beast tribe or the Winged Demon Tribe, each of them was powerful, and they cooperated well with each other, so they could display even more power. Although the Demon Suppression Army's Great Demon Slaughtering Formation was also very powerful, under the attack of the Demonic Beast Tribe and the Winged Demon Tribe, casualties began to appear. Life and death struggle, exchanging life for life. It was incomparably cruel, like a meat grinder, strangling all life to death. Dong! Another loud sound of the demonic drum was heard, making people's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but feel palpitations for no reason. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind appeared out of nowhere. The appearance of the black demonic wind was very sudden, and it instantly attracted the attention of many people. Shenzong stared at it, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. His eyes were as sharp as swords, as if they were going to pierce through the demonic wind. The demonic wind swept over, and it quickly faded. When it disappeared, Shenzong and the others saw figures appear one after another. These figures were wearing the same blood-red soft armor, and they were emitting frightening waves of killing intent. They were all demons, but their appearances were different, and they clearly came from different demon clans. There were Demonic Beast Tribe, Winged Demon Tribe, Blood Demon Tribe, and Illusion Demon Tribe. Shenzong also saw a different demon from the previous four clans. Its hair was jet black, and its eyes were dark purple. In addition, its appearance was almost exactly the same as the human race. At first glance, one would think that it was a human. Royal Demon Tribe. Chunzong's pupils shrank, and he was secretly surprised. Royal Demon Tribe was also one of the demon clans. If the Beast Demon Clan and the Winged Demon Clan were like the commoners, then the Blood Demon Clan and the Illusion Demon Clan were like the nobles. Above them were the Demon King Clan, the royal clan of the demon race. The Beast Demon Clan and the Winged Demon Clan were undoubtedly the most numerous. Therefore, they were the main forces of the Demon Clan. The Blood Demon Clan and the Illusory Demon Clan were relatively fewer in number, but their bloodlines were superior and their potential was higher. They were often treated as elites. As for the Demon King Clan, they were the least numerous. However, every member of the Demon King Clan had amazing talent and potential. According to the records I've read, the Demon King Clan only stays in the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Earth Demon Abyss, Chunzong said to himself. The last 3 levels of the Earth Demon Abyss were more spacious, and the cultivation environment was better. Of course, in such a large area, it was not only the Demon King Clan, but also the Beast Devil Clan, the Winged Devil Bloodline Clan, and the Illusory Demon Clan. Hundreds of demon elites appeared along with the Demon Wind, but most of them were from the Beast Demon Clan and the Winged Demon Clan, followed by the Blood Demon Clan and the Illusion Demon Clan. As for the Demon King Clan, there were only 2 or 3 of them. The Demon Disaster Army's killing group. It's time for the others to act. Demon Slaying Department, it's time for you to act. The voice entered the ears of Chunzong and the others. They are the demon race's killing group. They are composed of the elites of the demon race. They are very powerful, so be careful. As soon as the demon race's killing group appeared, they immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the demon suppression camp. Their purpose was not to start a war with the demon suppression army, but to break through the camp and occupy it, making it the rear of the demon race and a springboard to attack the Blue Waves continent. Killing group. It's finally time to act. My blade is already thirsty. Killing group? Let's see who will kill who. Whether it was the people of the demon slaying department or the demon hunters, all of them were excited. Looking at the hundreds of demon races killing group, their eyes turned green as if they were hungry wolves staring at a group of lambs. At this moment, the demon hunters and the demon slayers could be described as hungry wolves. However, the demon slayers were no lambs. They were also a pack of vicious wolves. The eyes of the demon race elites were filled with incomparably sharp, killing intent. In the depths of their pupils, an extremely shocking scarlet light shot out. They stared ahead as if they could kill people with their gazes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wind howled as the monster hunters and demon-slaying division members of the demon subduing camp used their movement techniques and charged at full speed. He was as fast as lightning. A raging wind gushed forth, as sharp as wind blades, wanting to tear his body apart. But under the effect of the second level of the true intent of wind, this incomparably sharp wind actually became gentle and soft, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face. At the same time, the wind swirled around him, generating a surge of energy that propelled his body forward, increasing his speed. Hundreds of demon elites from the slaughter group were close at hand. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed, and a pitch-black sword light flashed through the air like a line, seemingly extending into the distance. One of the charging demon elites suddenly paused, then flew forward, his head separated from his body. Although the hundreds of demon elites were not weak, as they had all reached the 9th rank of the inferior grade, there were still differences in their strength. Murong Zhen's figure drifted, and his palm slashed out like a knife. The air in front of him was cut open, turning into a pitch-black straight line. That was incomparably pure demon chi. Half-demon race. A royal demon youth's dark purple pupils flashed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his figure turned, and he waved his palm in the air. A pitch-black palm print pierced through the air, ruthlessly blasting toward Morongjun. The demon chi contained in this palm was incomparably pure, not at all inferior to Morongjun's. Morongjun's eyes flashed as he stared at the royal demon youth. A strange fluctuation seemed to be emitted from the depths of his eyes, as if he was looking at him with hatred. In an instant, the two of them began to fight fiercely. On the other side, after Wu Maiyuan killed 2 demon elites, he also faced another royal demon expert. Xiang Liang's body swayed in an instant, and a cloud of smoke enveloped him. Immediately, the smoke rolled to the side and quickly condensed, turning into another Xiang Liang, forming a real doppelganger. The 2 Xiang Liangs quickly joined forces, exploding with even more power. Unexpectedly, they killed a demon elite. But not all of the demon elites were killed. At the moment of contact, a portion of the demon hunters were also killed by the demon elites. As for the people of the Demon Slayers division, they were powerful, and they had mid-grade spiritual weapon demon slayers to protect themselves. Not one of them died, but a few of them were injured. Human ant die. A cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and an extremely terrifying murderous aura made Chunzong's body tremble involuntarily. His pure yang blood qi seemed to be frozen. An extremely dazzling blood-red light, like the first ray of light that tore through the darkness, ruthlessly pierced toward Chunzong's back. That was where his heart was. In the next breath, it would pierce through his back and through his heart, killing Chunzong. The blood-red light was incomparably sharp. It instantly pierced into Chunzong's back and pierced through him. However, the expression of the blood demon who had attacked suddenly changed greatly. This was because he did not feel like he had pierced through anyone. Soon after, a sharp light blossomed beside him. Pitch-black sword light blotted out the sky and filled his eyes. With a slash of the sword, the blood demon elite was immediately cut in half. The second one, Chunzong said quietly. This was the second demon elite to die under his sword. Half a year ago, he would have to put in a lot of effort to kill such a strong demon. But now, he could kill it with a single slash. Slash, slash, slash. Under the demon slayer's sword, more and more demon souls were added, and demon blood soaked the demon slayer's sword. Not long after, Chunzong's demon slayer's sword had killed more than 10 demon elites. These were the elites of the demon race who were more powerful than ordinary 9th-tier human warriors. Each of them was very powerful, and the death of a few of them was not a small loss for the demon race. But in order to break through and occupy the demon suppression camp, in order to attack the Blue Waves continent, and for the great cause of the demon race, they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Similarly, in order to protect the Blue Waves continent, in order to defend the demon suppression camp, the human race was also fighting. Even if they had to pay the price with their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. On the side of the demon killing group, there were a total of 3 Demon King clan warriors. 2 of them were fighting against Morongjun and Wu Maiyuan. The other Demon King clan warrior displayed terrifying strength. None of his subordinates were his match. He had already killed more than a dozen demon hunters, as well as a subordinate of the demon slaying department. In terms of numbers, the demon slayers division and the demon hunters had the upper hand. They were many times stronger than the demon race's team. But in terms of overall strength, the demon race's team was stronger. This was because the strength of the demon hunters was uneven. Some were at the peak of the 9th tier of the human realm, while some were at the 4th or 5th tier of the human realm. Only the Demon Slayers division had different levels of cultivation. Some were at the 6th or 7th tier of the human realm, while some were at the peak of the 9th tier of the human realm. The hundreds of demon elites in the demon race's team had all reached the 9th tier of the human realm. Void sword energy penetrated the sword, and the second level of the sword intent filled the demon slayer's sword. Each slash was incomparably powerful. Kill, kill, kill. This demon elite had already exchanged dozens of blows with Chunzong. Under Chunzong's sword, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Heart-seeking, Heaven Scar. The 2 swords clashed, and a flash of sword light instantly split the demon in half. his fighting spirit soared, and his sword intent shook the heavens. Gradually, Chinzong forgot about everything else. In his eyes, there was only the demon elite, and in his heart, there was only the sword. Kill with the sword, kill with the sword. Kill, kill, kill. The sword intent covering the demon slayer's sword became clearer and clearer. It seemed to be constantly improving, and the sharpness it exuded became more intense. Traces of sword shadows seemed to be leaving the demon slayer's sword. Immediately, Chunzong entered a strange state. His eyes focused on a demon elite, and with a slash of his sword, the blade could not be seen. Only a black ray of light could be seen tearing the sky apart. At an astonishing speed, the demon elite's body was split in half. Thank you. The demon hunter, who was coincidentally saved by Chunzong, immediately thanked him. But Chunzong, who had entered a strange state, ignored him. His body flashed like the wind, and he went to kill the next demon. A feeling of being on the verge of bursting out filled his heart. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.